Hello, everybody. How's it going? Ooh, hold on. Wrong thing. Hello, gay people. Happy Gay Month. Don't forget to be gay this month. It's our contractually obligated duty. I love that you guys are sending screenshots of my husband like an illicit material. Hi, Gabby. Hi, everybody. Just finished watching Funny Friday and Mickey's video on the Duggars. Ooh, that's an old one. Shameless plug for the Patreon. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. Yes, you get access to the Discord. And then the Discord doesn't have the overlay. We also do fun stuff on the Patreon. We do fun little live streams every month. Yes, hello, girls, gays, theys, and everyone else. Oh, love that for us. Me too, Debbie. I literally just finished watching Shiny Happy People. I'm so excited to hear your thoughts. Ooh, Sherman. I know, I saw a bunch of people were watching it, like binging it yesterday because it dropped at 8 p.m. Eastern. Which would have been what, like 5 o'clock my time? But I waited to watch it with y'all. I did see some spoilers. I have been like looking through some stuff just because I wanted to know what kind of content we're walking into. And as it turns out, it's pretty traumatizing. So that is important, actually. I want to give a super clear and upfront and a very loud trigger warning. From my understanding, there's going to be somewhat descriptive discussions about CSA, about child abuse generally, obviously about religious trauma, religious abuse, coercion, power, control issues, like all of that stuff. And like it, from my understanding, they're not really beating around the bush here. They're being pretty explicit and pretty upfront about it. So please take care of yourselves, you guys. We'll try to like, yes, Alexandra, boatload of trigger warnings. I'll try to like give people a heads up as those sections come up. But like I said, I haven't seen it, so we're just going to do our best. Please, please, please take care of yourselves. Oh, facts. I just saw that. I literally just saw that. Aaron and I were just talking about that. Definitely a warning for child abuse for CSA for sure. Yeah, thank you, Sly Koopa. I was crying at one point, and I did not expect at one point, and this is not my experience growing up. Oh, wow, Gabby. Yeah, I feel like that is like a nice example or like, you know, simplification or something. That's not the right word. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but of like how this it affects people emotionally. Like this is pretty heavy stuff. It's like pretty intense. Oh my god, May Gay. That Jay Denise. That's a good point. Is it Denise or Danis? Child abuse is the worst. Valeria, agreed. It sounds like it's going to be intense. Sarah, yes. Normally our streams have kind of a fuck off energy. We like to sort of meme and troll and be silly here. But I do want to encourage folks to just be mindful of the energy that we're bringing into the room today, because this is pretty serious and heavy and intense subject matter. And I do want us to be respectful, you know, regardless of how we feel about the source material. I think it's important that we just keep the chat as a like safe and respectful place for the people that are sharing community here. Yes, Alexandra, exactly. Yeah, I feel like neglect for sure is also going to be included. Parentification, those kinds of things also. It's definitely intense. I'm straight, but I'm an ally. I love that, Stacy. We love an ally. I've been watching Queer Ultimatum and I think lesbians. Oh, Gabby, don't tell me that. I'm so frustrated. I want to talk about. Oh, it's okay, pup. I'm not mad. I want to talk about the Queer Ultimatum too, but I just like realistically, I did not have the spoons or the bandwidth to do that. I don't know if you guys saw, I posted a community tab announcement, but Aaron and I have some exciting news. It's not a baby, to be clear. We have some exciting news that I can't share with you just yet because it's not ready. But with all of that stuff going on, we had to table Vaguely Therapeutic for the month. And so, you know, doing 2 sets of live streams, I was like, that's not happening. We're doing Pride Day at school on Monday. Christine, I love that. That's so cute. Sam, you're on time for a live. I love that. Thanks for coming. At least the cat in the corner is cute. Yes, Kitty. That is my cat Echelon. She is our eye bleach. She's like our official stream sponsor. She just hangs out. Yeah, no baby, no music. Fax machine. Exactly. But yeah, she helps to lighten the mood a bit. I've been dying to hear your take. Ugh. Laura, I want to talk about it so bad. But you know, it is what it is. We'll get to it maybe. No, Eric, there's no baby, there's no music. Just the joke on the stream is that I yell no music a lot because they put copyrighted music for the B-roll sections on shows like Love is Blind and stuff. So I yell no music a lot, and then I posted an announcement saying we have something exciting to tell you. It's not a baby though. So Fax just made a joke. Echelon is our beloved, yes. Hold on, I saw somebody say that this is their first Pride as a bi person. Where did it go? Cute kitty. Ba. My first Pride too. I don't know where it went. It's gonna make me upset if I don't find it. Hi, Raspberry. Tori, this is your first Pride being out as bi. That's so exciting. Or as bi, just like recognizing that you're bi. High five. A happy, like special happy Pride for all of you. This is your first Pride, either like knowing or like honoring your queerness or being out as queer. That's super exciting. It's just a special time. But also, if you're not out, if you're not safe to be out, if you don't want to be out, if you're not ready for that, also happy Pride to you too. You don't have to be out to like celebrate Pride or to be included. Do we have all the Christines? I don't think so. I know there was a couple people who were going to be out of town, I think. How do you know you're bi? Housewife Gaming. I mean, in the same way that you just like know other things about yourself, I guess. It's kind of hard to quantify, actually. Eric Christine is here. Love that. Paige, this is your first live. Thanks for coming. And Lisha, this is your first time making a live. Needed to fill my day with something I enjoy. Love that. Welcome to the live, everybody who's new here. Or this is your first time anyways. Don't forget to like the live, by the way, because it does help us find new folks who haven't been here before. And we have a lot of fun here. I enjoy our lives. Yes, Tori, exactly that. It's just such a nice feeling to honor who you really are, you know? It's the ultimate act of self-love, I think. Oh, Brandy, you thought you had COVID. I am so sorry. Little Kitty, it's your first live too. Welcome. Thanks for coming, everybody. All right. Well, with that said then, let's go ahead and get into it. I do want to be clear. The content that we're going to watch carries a heavy trigger warning for CSA, general child abuse, parentification, child neglect, religious trauma, religious abuse, abuses of power and control, all kinds of heavy stuff. So please take care of yourselves. If those are sore spots for you, feel free to nope at any time. We will try to like give people a heads up for specific stuff, but I haven't seen this before, so I'm not really sure what we're walking into specifically. So take care of yourselves. The other thing that I wanted to just be clear about is with the chat today, please be mindful of the stuff that we're putting in the chat. Again, I know that we tend to have kind of a jokey, memey energy here, which I love. But also let's be respectful, please, and like continue to keep the chat a like safe and validating place for folks. Folks are allowed to feel how they feel. However, if you are being homophobic, if you're being bigoted or like, you know, any of the isms, you're getting the boot like immediately. I have no patience for it today. This is already like difficult subject matter. And so if you're coming in my chat harassing people, being shitty, I'm going to boot you today. It's heavy right off the bat. Love that, Alexandra. Also, along with that, if you're new here, hi, thanks for coming. You should subscribe and don't forget to like the stream. But also, if you are confused about why we have this lovely little overlay over here, it's because my content gets taken down. I know that it's covered under fair use. I've tried. They won't listen to me. So we put the overlay on it to keep the video from being taken down. And the copyright claim thing, yeah, the copyright claim thing, I honestly don't even mind. Like, I'd be willing to do the streams sans the AdSense, but it's just that it literally gets taken down. Like, the stream gets like taken off YouTube like in real time. So we do that so that we can keep the stream up and like watch the whole thing. But if you want to watch it without the overlay, and you're a patron, you can go subscribe to our Patreon. Link is in the description. That will give you access to our Discord where you can watch it without our little overlay in real time only. While it is live only, there won't be replays without the screen available. Because I just quite frankly don't have the bandwidth to be doing that. So it is a special live only perk. Hello, everybody. The PSA, they cover a lot quickly, so the sheer volume of triggers. Yeah. Oh, sweetie, no, thank you for that. No vegans. Oh, Paige. No, veganism is allowed. We're more so talking about, racism, sexism, classism, the isms, the obias. Not a fan of those. Is that a kitty cam? Yes, it is. That's Echelon. She's our stream mascot. She's our eye bleach when we watch stuff like this. Thank you, Alice. Yeah, it seems like we have a pretty heavy trigger warning right off the bat. So, prepare yourselves. Yes, Eric, she is the baby. All right. That said, we're going to get into it. We are watching episodes 1 and 2 of Shiny Happy People, Duggar Family Secrets today. I did check. There is no way for me to watch it at 1.25 speed, so we are just watching it in real time. However, this episode's only 45 minutes, so bless up for that. Hi, Nora. I'm glad you made it to your first live stream. Thanks for coming. Stream Queen. That's a fun. I want a tiara that says Stream Queen. I know, Brandy, same. All right. We are going to press play on this episode. I will announce timestamps as we press play and pause so you guys can watch along on your own device if you'd like to. But with that said, we're going to watch episode 1 of Shiny Happy People in 3, 2, 1. Oh boy. Oh, she looks nervous. Oh, you can't see the stream on Discord. What the hell? Oh. Sorry, that's my B. Thank you. This is what happens when Aaron doesn't set stuff up for me, you guys. Okay, great. Sorry, I fixed it. I'm gonna rewind a little bit actually. So we'll just start it over. It's fine. Page, yeah. Thank you, Justine. Yes, you can see it now on Discord. Sorry, everybody. I did fix it. You should be able to see it now. Perfect. Also, no audio. What? You guys can't hear it. You should be able to now. Okay, great. Yeah, no, you're good. Okay, I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up to see. Yes. No audio on YouTube. Oh, that's also my bad. All right, I fixed it. No, it's not Aaron shaming. It's that Aaron keeps this channel running like single-handedly. Yes, I fixed it. Okay, so we can see and hear it on Discord, and you can now hear it and sort of see it on YouTube. Let me make sure that this is correct. Hold on 1 second. Where's the overlay? Yeah, okay, great. You guys can see it, sort of. Was weird to just have Mickey commentary over silence. Yeah, I can imagine that that's probably not the viewing experience. I know, Aaron, come save us for real. Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Sam. All right, we're restarting it at 3 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. We were watching you only. That's really funny.
it would make perfect sense that sitting down here today would be too much. What was it that recently changed?
Yeah, I mean, doing an interview like this isn't easy, and like I didn't want to do it. There's a lot there that like, do I want to open that can of worms? It's just hard to go through. There are a lot of families in a similar situation, but it was very different in the sense that like my family was on television.
Awful.
You've probably heard of the Duggar family, Jim, Bob, Michelle, and their 19 biological children.
It became like a phenomenon really fast.
I want to name my child Jim Bob. Jim Bob is the man.
Everyone knew who the family was.
I actually decided to save my first kiss for marriage.
I asked my uncle, "You don't believe in TV? Why are you on television?" And he responded with, "Well, this is a ministry."
19 children.
19 kids and counting.
The whole world knows
them for their hit show on TLC's 19 Kids and Counting.
Everyone keeps focusing on Duggar, Duggar, Duggar. What they do not focus on is how the Duggars came to be.
We were part of the Institute in Basic Life Principles from as early as I can remember.
The Duggars were the poster children for the Institute. The leader of the Institute. He believed Christian families should have as many.
Hold on, pause. Justine, you can hear the audio. You can sort of vaguely see it through the overlay. But for those who don't know, the overlay is to keep the stream up. And so if you want to watch it without the overlay, you can become a patron, join our Discord, which you'll get access to after you join the Patreon. And then you can watch it there while it is live without the thing. However, if you want to watch it on your own device and just sync the time up, I'll be announcing the timestamps as we go. The overlay is just so that the stream doesn't get taken down, because unfortunately it does do that. I know, Robin. I thought the same thing. Yes, Brandy. I might do like a members only chat situation at the end or something for us to just kind of debrief, because I have a feeling that this is going to be heavy. Housewife game, the Duggars give you the creeps. Yeah, I know. A lot of people share that sentiment. This was a weird thing though, because I remember this being popular when I was in like middle school, like maybe elementary school, middle school, and it was this weird phenomenon where everybody was like, they were like the little darlings of TV. Like everybody was like, yeah, they're weird, you know, like their religion's weird, but like, oh, aren't they so sweet? Aren't they like such nice people? And I think that's why all of this coming out was so shocking. I can't wait to hear what you have to say. Caitlin, I'm excited about it too. Okay. Ooh, Noelle, thanks for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. Thanks for joining. I'm happy to have you here. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, that's true, Ursula. It is just a lot of talking heads. It's just staring at people while they talk. So, all right, we're at 1:45, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Children as possible in order to have more chances to influence the world for Jesus Christ.
It's what we've trained our children their whole lives to do good in the world.
The show explodes, and there are spin-offs, and there are more families who are getting their own reality TV series. Well, at the same time that that's happening, there's more and more evidence coming out of just the pandemic of abuse that is happening everywhere this culture touches.
God has used this situation with our oldest son, Josh, really.
Pause. Jay, what's going on? The Patreon won't let you join? Let me double check. Yeah, this should be fine. You do have to be 18 or older to join the Patreon. No, there we go. Yeah, it looks like it's fine on my end. I don't have any like notifications that something weird happened. Yeah, that all looks fine. You do have to be 18 or older to join the Patreon. It shows you are 18 pop up. Yeah, you have to just click that you're. Oh, Jay, that's super weird. I mean, I don't really have any way to like. I'm 44. Jay, I don't really know how to fix that. Like, I don't really have anything to do on my end. Try opening like a different browser or, like all of the regular stuff. Yeah, Brandy, the replay, it will have the filter over it, like the overlay on it, but it will be up on the channel later. Yeah, maybe try another browser or try like an incognito mode or something. Facts! You're one of us, man! Thanks for joining the channel memberships. I'm happy to have you. You're so sweet, Facts. Thanks for joining. Oh, Justin, I was wondering about that. I was like, why are you yelling at me? Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, Jay. I wish that I could like do something, but like I can't, like short of like sitting next to you and helping you do it on your browser. There's like literally nothing that I can do. I know, Sly. I thought the same thing. I'm 44. That was hilarious. Okay, the Discord, Eliana, you can access the Discord by becoming a patron. You will get a link to it as you join. It's in your member. Oh my God, Facts. Thank you for gifting 10 members. You're wild, Facts. I appreciate you. If you got gifted a membership, please remember to say thank you. Employed Facts again. I know, Facts, did you get a bonus or something, man? What the heck? Thank you so much for gifting the memberships. No, Justine, you're fine. The all caps things for dyslexia, I never even thought about that, but I love that. Yes, all the hype in the chat for Facts. Thank you, Facts. I appreciate you. We made it through the MILF Manor stream with donations and channel memberships as our eye bleached, and I'm sensing a similar trend for this content. All right. We're at 2 minutes, 12 seconds. We're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
To purify our family.
It's hard to actually let yourself speak the truth.
These people in this church who are supposed to be keeping me safe are harboring pedophiles.
In this community, the word abuse doesn't really exist.
Punish him with the rod severely.
These are people who are scarring their children and doing it in the name of God.
They turned every father into a cult leader and franchised spiritual, physical, emotional, psychological abuse.
It's patriarchal, it's authoritarian. Women don't have rights, children break. That's the society that they're building.
The IBLP teachings aren't Christianity. There's something entirely different.
Homeschooling is kind of the linchpin of this whole project.
Instead of learning math, you're learning slut shaming. It's infiltrating into so many people's lives.
The goal was to funnel Christian homeschoolers into positions of influence in government.
Holy shit, Facts. Thank you for the 10 more gifted memberships. I appreciate you. How do people even come up with this stuff? Gemma Bell, I don't know. I wonder that all the time. We have a famous family with many kids in our country. 8 kids, they all live in... Whoa, Valeria, that's wild. Yeah, Justine, a lot of people have been watching them like since the beginning. It's crazy to think that it was that long ago. 2007 is a long time ago. Facts, thank you so much for the memberships. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all got gifts out. Yeah, if you have... make sure that you... Oh my gosh! Beth! Thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I'm happy to have you here. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you for being sweet and supportive to each other. I appreciate you guys. Y'all are so kind. Yes, our little emotes for the channel memberships are my fave. I did make a Malabia one, you terrors, though this might not be the stream for it. Yeah, thank you, Facts, for the memberships. How are you going to feed your new hamsters? Oh my God. I have to tell you, making that emote was like really one of those moments where you're like, wow, this is my life. This is the life I live. Mark, I know. Abby, yes. This is something too that I want to talk about, just to move back to the subject matter at hand. This is why I continue to make the content that I make on my channel. Like, I do get a lot of shit for talking about religious fundamentalism. But that thing that they said earlier about how these people franchised physical, psychological, emotional abuse is so real. Like, this is very much what they're doing. And just because people like Girl Defined and Paul and Morgan aren't quite as extreme as the Duggars are doesn't mean they're not also doing it, you know? I know, Brandy, I do need a sticker that says trigger warning. Ooh, Jay, awesome. Thank you for joining the Patreon. I appreciate you. I can't get the Discord. How do I do? So, is it Skatty? When you join the Patreon, you should get a welcome note to your email that will give you a link to the Discord. If not, there should be a post in the Discord that has a permanent link to join. Just search in the Discord either or in the Patreon. Just search either Discord or look through the tags, and you should be able to find it there also. Christine, it is dad joke season. That's totally fair. You have to be 45. Oh my God. Yes, Days in Blue. I think a lot of them also don't care that it's biblical. That's the thing that really gets me, is that these communities and these families make the excuse of like, we're following our religious beliefs, except that I think they're probably aware that this isn't actually specifically outlined in the Bible to be the way that it is, but they look the other way because these are people who have a desire and like a craving for power and control and like want to abuse people, which is fucked up. Mickey's our YouTube buddy therapist. We are not. I'm not anybody's therapist here, but I am your YouTube buddy. I wish YouTube would make the ability for emotes. Mark me fucking too. Me too. I have so many things to say, and I just can't contain them in their tiny little text. But it's fine. I don't care. I'm not upset about it. It doesn't matter to me. I wanted to be like Michelle Duggar so badly as a teenager. Oh my God, Catherine. I feel like that was a cultural moment. Just one Anna. Thank you for joining the channel memberships. I'm so glad you're one of us. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you being here. My dad was trained through the religious program the Duggars were involved in, and I was sent. Oh, May, that's awful. I am so sorry that happened to you. God. Awkward Aquarian, first time making it to a live. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you. Oh, Echelon's doing a big stretch. All right, let's get back into it. We're at 3 minutes, 13 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
They're training their kids to refashion America.
They operate as a cult in plain sight. World domination was the goal.
And they believe that they're populating the army that will help us get there.
Good God.
The Duggars TV show was the engine for letting this thrive. The shiny, happy images is the sugar, and we're all high on it.
There's so much more to that story. There's so much more there.
I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. They were just deceiving us all.
Oy vey. This is so loud. Literally issue. Also, just hold on. I want to address that actually. Issue said I train my dog with treats, not spankings. This is also supported in human psychology. It's like so incredibly clear that the way that we can promote like well-behaved children or kids who are like respectful and abide by rules and boundaries is by having positive rapport with them, by using positive reinforcement, by sending the message that not only does it feel good for you, it feels good for other people when we behave with respect, when we treat people with kindness, when we honor the boundaries that people are trying to set with us. Like that's a fundamental principle in human psychology, and it grinds my fucking gears to no end when people, especially like religious people like Nate and Sutton did this, where they talk about how like the old-fashioned way is that like we just hit our kids to force them into compliance, and like A, that's not what you're supposed to be aiming for as a parent, just blind compliance, but B, that doesn't even work. Even if it did, like even if that was a good goal of parenting, which it's not, that's not how it works. Like you're still fucking doing it wrong. And it just baffles me that like in the face of all of this research that not only does this not work, it's also like wicked traumatizing to your fucking kids that people are just like, but it worked for me and I turned out fine. Like literally, what are you talking about? But Mickey, I want people to yeah, Metamorph Forest, apparently. That's like the Duggars family motto. This chaos hits differently live. Yeah, Nora, it is a mess. Our live streams, I mean, personally, I'm here for. Everyone gets shocked when my nephew listens to me, but it's because I treat him with respect. Yes, Christine, that's what I'm saying. And also when you inspire people, like little people, to believe that they are good, they are valuable, they are wonderful on the inside, they want to live up to that. You know what I'm saying? It's a much more effective and safe way to teach kids about how to abide by rules and boundaries and all that stuff. than just being abusive just for the sake of. Yes, Sly Koopa, exactly. That's the other thing. That's why I talk about how the role of a parent shouldn't be to just inspire blind obedience, or to force blind obedience, rather. Is because they're children. They have very little impulse control, if at all, depending on how old they are. And also, they're meant to be little chaos gremlins. They're tiny humans. That's the point. Like, that's how we figure out how to do human, is by experimenting and by being little and having wiggles and being silly. And like, that's the way that kids are, like, it's developmentally appropriate for them to be that way. Brianna, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I'm so glad to have you here. Lovey. That's okay, baby. I miss you a whole bunch, but thanks for being in the chat. That's what drives me nuts. Kids like me, and everyone asks why. Yes, because I talk to them like they're people. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, great. We're going to keep going. We're at 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I'm Derek Dillard. I'm from Rogers, Arkansas.
I'm Jill Dillard, and I'm from Springdale, Arkansas. I'm the fourth born of 19 children in the Duggar family.
Justine, yes.
Hello, I'm Jill Duggar. I grew up on TV.
As she's blossomed into womanhood, I've seen the good qualities of being very organized with this friendly, outgoing personality that she has.
There's a story that's going to be told, and I would rather be the one telling it than the tabloids and anybody else who can make up whatever they want. My parents are Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar. The oldest in our family is Josh, and then twins, Jana and John. Then me, I'm Jill, and then Jessa, Ginger, Joseph, Josiah, Joy, Jedediah, Jeremiah, they're another set of twins. Then Jason, James, Justin, Jackson, Johanna, Jordan, Justin, Jackson, Johanna, Jennifer, Jordan, Josie. We were on the TV show on TLC about our family.
$1984. Oh, I was like, what the hell happened in 1984?
They met when my dad was out on church visitation with a friend of his. His friend had mentioned, oh, there's this girl, she's a cheerleader, she just became a Christian, and my dad's like, let's go see her.
I was a baby of 7. I had a happy childhood, I have to say. But I wasn't like Jim Bob. I had dated. I had gotten mixed up in that boyfriend-girlfriend mess.
My dad invited her to his junior-senior banquet. She went, and then
we talked for 4 hours about the things of God. He opened up the Word of God and explained things to me that I had never heard. That night, I got on my knees and I gave my life to God.
Somewhere in there, some time after that, got married.
Okay, I just want to talk about this because every time that somebody talks about Michelle's youth, it breaks my fucking heart. Like, look at what a, like, young, first of all, but also, like, bright and happy person she was before all of this. Like, she looked like she had life in her eyes. Children love to know the reason for things. Yes, Jellywing, they do. Notice how Michelle, yes, Mary, that's what I'm saying. Like, her being a teenager, they talk about it endlessly as this thing that is like just wrought with shame and guilt, and like, this is a terrible thing, when like in reality she probably was just being a normal teenager, like going on little dinner dates probably with other high school boys. Like, I know, issue. She had a pet tarantula built forts and did speed skating. Yes, I know. The speed skating thing is so cute. And it makes me so sad. And I feel like not that Michelle is blameless in this, because she absolutely, after this point began to participate in child abuse, child neglect, and like a whole host of other problematic things that we're going to get into probably. But it makes me sad because I think it just speaks to the way that this culture sucks up the lives of women and like co-ops them and breaks them. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like this culture personified, which is just like breaking the spirit and like the backs of women to carry out the abusive and like narcissistic goals of these men. Like, it's awful. for sure. Also mowing the lawn in a bikini. I know, Marky, for real. I think those kids from 9 Children Family in My Country. Oh yeah, it just, there's a lot of questions that folks have about having that many children, about whether it's possible to do that at all without accidentally parentifying kids. And like, I don't know that there's a for sure answer, but I know a lot of people tend to lean towards like, no, you can't, because it's just so many small children to keep track of. Hi, Yummy. Thanks for coming to the live. I appreciate you. Super excited to also catch a live. Hi, Scatty. Thanks for coming, guys. There's a lot of new people here. Are you going to do all the episodes today? No, Faye Mystic, we're only covering the first 2. We're going to do the other 2 tomorrow. Thankfully, the episodes are short, but still, we do tend to talk a lot. Like, we've already been live for God only knows how long. 41 minutes, and we're 6 minutes into the first episode. So we're just going to do the first 2 episodes today. Yes, Valeria, they broke her and then justified and neglected her kids. Yeah, exactly. Mark, thank you so much. Mark just gifted 5 channel memberships. What the heck? Thank you, Mark. Oh my gosh, Alexandra. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Mark. And if you guys did get gifted a membership, please do remember to say thank you. Mark at it again, the little devil. Facts, you're so funny. I know everybody here is so incredibly kind, and it fills my heart with joy that y'all treat each other so well. Do you guys ever think about how wild it is that this is just a community of internet strangers who are just like so incredibly kind to each other, like just cause it like makes me feel so good about the world and the state of affairs, you know, like the world can be kind of a depressing place, but people are so incredible sometimes. Thanks for being kind to each other, you guys. 2, no more than 2 children. Remedy, that is super fair. Having kids, just like, even just statistically, like looking at the amount of labor and energy and effort, it's quite an undertaking, you know? Yes, Justine, she got married at 17. Christine, what the heck? Thank you for gifting 5 channel memberships. I appreciate you. Yeshu, that's so sweet. Stop. I like to think that this is just like a container for all of you guys who were already wonderful people, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That's why I love it here. Yes, Danny, me too. Everyone is so great here. Hi, baby. Okay. 6 minutes, 8 seconds. We're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
Pretty young, actually. She was 17, he was 19.
When we first got married, we thought maybe we would have 1 or 2 or 3 children. Michelle went on the birth control pill. She was on that up until we had our first son, Josh, and then she went back on the pill, and then she ended up getting pregnant while she was on the pill. And so the pill actually caused a miscarriage.
Oh. So, at that point, together we just got on our knees before God, and we asked his forgiveness. And then right after that, God blessed us with twins.
And then another one, and another one. We gave that area of our life to God, and he just kept blessing us.
My parents believed you should have as many kids as you're capable of having. And
okay, hold on. Let's address that, because that's not fucking true. First of all, I want to address how, again, Michelle is getting outlined as the scapegoat here, as the, like, you know, she went on birth control, and then she had a miscarriage because she killed our baby. Like, that's, first of all, that's not how fucking birth control works. They say all of the time that birth control causes spontaneous abortions. That's not how it works. Birth control, far and away, based on what we know from the research, is a safe, like, clinically tested and reliable form of contraception. It's a safe thing to be on. Oh my gosh, Mai, thank you so much for the super chat. Unrelated, I'm enjoying your new podcast. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, I'm really enjoying making it too. Thanks for watching and listening. Yeah, Andy, the pill does not cause fucking miscarriages. There are a variety of reasons that a person can have a miscarriage, or a spontaneous abortion is the medical term. But we have no reliable research to support that taking birth control will cause you to miscarry or have a spontaneous. That's not how it works. People say this also about Plan B, that it creates abortions or causes abortions, and that's not what Plan B does either, to be clear. Andy, I would love that. Mama Dr. Jones is the best. But on top of that, can we talk about the fact that these people got up on stage for an IBLP conference, I'm assuming, and then they forced Michelle to relive the details of probably one of the more traumatic and shame, like heavy things that has ever happened to her. They forced her to relive that, publicly talk about it, and then turn it into a fucking silver lining to recruit people into this cult-like mentality and religious community. Like, fucking hello. This is what I'm talking about. Like, don't get me wrong. I am not like a fucking Michelle stan. She has plenty of accountability to own on her own side of the street. But it does make me viscerally fucking angry. The way that this culture weaponizes women and their experiences to demonstrate how sinful people are. Mostly women, apparently. And how... that's a reason that you should subscribe to IBLP, because you can avoid being a sinful bitch like this one. Like, hello? That's so fucked up. Yes, Raspberry. They coerced her into shaming herself in public to be a vehicle for recruiting people into a cult. Like, yes, it's very sad, and it's just, I hate it. And also, too, really quickly, I want to talk about the, we just let God decide how many kids. It drives me banana pancakes when they say this, because if you're not preventing a pregnancy, then you're trying. Like, the way that human biology works is that there are biological functions, barring other medical issues, that when we combine sperm and ovum, that are going to result in pregnancy. Like, that's just how it works. And so this, God will decide if you're getting pregnant or not. Like, that's not how that works at all. If you guys are constantly having sex through periods of time where in theory Michelle would be fertile, then you're going to fucking get pregnant. Like, that, it's not like a fucking dice roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, in some ways it is, because it's not like a surefire thing that you will get pregnant every time, but like, you're certainly upping the odds. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Allie, that's such a good point. The idea that people who had miscarriages now think they weren't blessed as if they could never get pregnant. That rhetoric is insane. That's such a good point, because it also sends this message that folks who struggle with infertility or have issues with pregnancy or miscarriage or childbirth or whatever, that they've done something to deserve that. Like, this is literally the prosperity gospel thing. And like, that's the problem with this message, that you're teaching people that if something bad happens to you, it's because of you, not just because sometimes bad things happen to good people, which is abusive. Like, this is a mechanism of spiritual abuse, and it drives me nuts. The shadow of, yeah, exactly. Okay. Issue, exactly. Okay, we're at 7 minutes, 2 seconds, and we're gonna press play in 3, 2, 1.
Until your body tells you to stop. My grandparents, neither one on either side, agreed with my parents having a million kids. They were like concerned about my mom's health, and like they would always say, "Oh, is this your last one?"
Looky here, Grandpa, this is your new grandbaby. This is Jordan Grace Micaiah Duggar. Yeah.
My dad was working like 3 jobs. He was working at a convenience store, and he had a car business, and then he had a tow truck service. When I smell that diesel smell, it reminds me of my dad with his sweet tea in his lap, riding like one or two of us in the truck next to him, up in the cab, bouncing along. We would find all of the kids eat free places, and like we'd just stay there for hours. My dad and mom have like a little bit of pride where it's like, yeah, I think we put them out of business. My dad grew up very poor. I think it made him feel like he probably had to like grow up a little early and try and like protect his family. He had one sister, and her name is Deanna.
My brother and I always had a really close relationship, and we got along really well. We were brought up Missionary Baptist, which is a conservative Baptist. We weren't allowed to go to dances. I was not allowed to wear jeans for a while.
Wow.
Being a cheerleader, I couldn't be. I wasn't allowed. So that's why I gave my daughter, Amy, freedom of anything she wanted to do that I was not allowed to do.
imagine
I'm
that.
Amy King. I was the crazy cousin.
So I'm Dylan King. I'm just a supportive husband, that's all.
Everyone asks me if I'm gonna have this many kids, and that's a no.
Amy isn't the same way as us, but we still like her.
I am Jim Bob's niece. I'm the oldest out of all the kids.
I literally grew up on camera. It is a constructed reality. You know, you have to get the angles right. You walk through a door 20 times. If they miss part of an interview, you have to look a certain way. So it's like, oh, it's the same day. Like it's reality, but it's not.
Okay, first of all, yes, that's how reality TV works. Donut time. Who's having donut time? Oh, Kitty. Yeah, she's being a little shrimp. Sorry, I missed some of the chat because I got lost. Wow, another child. Yeah. I am interested to see how Amy and her mom fold into this because I've seen some chatter. I know, I'm just a supportive husband. It is adorable. I've seen some chatter about people being really annoyed at Amy, and I'm curious why. I know. Yeah. Marky. I was curious about that too, because I did watch the show when I was younger, kind of in an off and on way, and I don't know that I remember Amy being like a central figure, but I guess she was on the show though, so. I mean, she like naps all day, so to be fair, it's like always her nap time. Okay, we're at 9 minutes, 29 seconds, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
The way that I was raised was rock and roll. You know, this is life and enjoy it. Teenage years was Jonathan Taylor Thomas posters on the wall, Lord. And NSYNC and all the boy bands. And I got to have pool parties and they're boys. I had my first boyfriend when I was in 8th grade.
Have you ever kissed a guy?
It's very normal.
Yes. Sorry, Aunt Michelle and Uncle Jim Bob.
But I loved my cousins and I loved my family. I was over there every day. This is how like country we are. During recess, I would literally sneak into the cow pasture and go across the field to see them. But every aspect of their life was completely different than mine. I didn't know what they were being taught. You know, I just knew they were homeschooled. At a young age, you realized really quickly that it was a very strict household. You know, you couldn't turn on the radio.
They don't have TVs either.
Yeah, or TV. You know, my mom used to call them when there'd be like a tornado warning.
We've had numerous lightning strikes.
Because they had no way of knowing. You know, they had pantaloons underneath their dresses. And those were considered...
Know what that is.
Pantaloons are white cotton pants, t-shirt.
Pants under a dress?
But they're not just pants, they're billowy. You can't wear shorts, you can't show your shoulders. You just knew that you just didn't act like your actual self.
This is my niece Amy. I love her very much. I was there at her birth, and it's amazing. Now I'm here at your baptism.
I know.
In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
I admired my uncle.
She got baptized as an adult.
He was a father figure in a way to me. Back then, it was just like, oh my goodness, what can't this guy do? I just remember thinking, is he gonna be president? Like, what? How far is this gonna go? You know?
Oh boy.
My dad heard about this pro-life rally at the Capitol.
When we got to the rally, there was 2,000 people standing out in front of the Capitol begging these representatives and senators to ban partial birth abortion. But that day, instead of going and voting to pass that ban, they voted it down. God put on my heart that day to get involved.
After this rally, we went and toured the Capitol and met the governor, Mike Huckabee. For my dad, I think that started opening his eyes to hey, I should run for office and maybe I can make a difference.
I was totally scared to death, but we ran and the Lord put us in there.
From Little Rock. Hold on, pause. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Can you tell? I grew up Catholic, where you get baptized as an infant. Apparently Eddie Crazy can be president. Adult baptism is pretty common in evangelical circles. That's interesting. I figured it would be like when you were like a teenager, but not like a full-grown adult. Katie Joy could have made a show about this before Amazon. My friend moved out of the city and she got a visit from her neighbor's cows. Gabby, that sounds so fun. I want a neighbor with cows. My neighbors just have really loud dogs. Yeah, Sherman, that's what I've heard. Mike Huckabee fucking sucks. All right. We're at 12 minutes 23 seconds. And we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Public and state representatives Jim Duggar.
We moved to Little Rock for a few months while they were in session, which was obviously easier to do when you homeschool. We loved going to the Capitol. You could take your school with you and hang out in the balcony and watch everything happen. Josh, my big brother, loved being there with my dad. He got to go more than the rest of us because he was the oldest.
A lot of the other state representatives named him Little Governor. They thought he has a lot of charisma, even from a young age.
Josh had like a little boys club thing with some of his friends.
No Rugrats allowed.
They named their club Boycott, Boys Christian Outreach Team, because the convenience store at the end of our street, I think they started selling, it was either alcohol or pornography or something like that. And they were like, we're gonna boycott them. My dad ran twice, was elected twice, served 4 years in the state House of Representatives.
Oy, oy, oy.
In 2002, Jim Bob sets his sights on the U.S. Senate.
Hi, Mackenzie.
I'm Kristen Kobus-Dumais. I'm a religious historian. For people like Jim Bob Duggar, Christianity required action. So Jim Bob Duggar and his family are at the right place at the right time.
All the kids went in to vote with my parents, all lined up, all of us in our weird dresses and stuff. Somebody took a picture of us, and then it was printed in, I think, the New York Times.
Jim Bob loses his bid for the Senate, but it's that picture that's going to change the direction of his life.
That is literally so sad.
Parents Magazine sees that, and they run a profile on the Duggar family, and that draws the attention of Discovery Health.
Discovery Health reached out to my dad.
This fall, explore medical science on the cutting edge.
The network was always very much focused on like surgeries and random stuff.
Will George's fantasy of a full head of hair become a reality?
Like conjoined twins.
Above the waist, they seem to function independently.
They wanted to do a 1-hour documentary about our family.
Jim Bob is presented with a new opportunity, which will give him the power to present his values to the entire country.
Yikes.
And an opportunity to make a lot of money.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet the Duggars.
Yeah, 14 children and pregnant again. All right, hold on, we're pausing. You sound like people I would have avoided like the plague. Yeah, very much. Yes, Jemmabelle. They have to, this is the thing too that I think is just important to point out about the fundamentalism thing. There's usually a fair amount of comments when I make videos about this, about like, why can't you just leave them alone? They're just like doing their own thing. And like, no, they're not. Like, they're literally not. From my understanding, the documentary is going to get into it specifically, but like their whole perspective on religion is that like they're not actually religious enough unless you're also constantly evangelizing and shaming other people into joining your religion, which is so problematic. I remember this special. I don't think I watched this one. I think this might have been before I started watching this. Oh, Blue Sky Clouds, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's not your fault at all. I had that with my parents. Catholic. Yeah. That's a very common experience in the Catholic Church also. Yes, issue. They're teaching obedience. That's like a fundamental issue. Ooh, Sam. You guys, I've put in almost 90 hours on Tears of the Kingdom so far. Literally every waking moment I have that I'm not working, I'm playing that freaking game. I've been up until like 1, 2 in the morning, like most nights playing that game. All right, we're at 15 minutes even. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I'm Jim Bob, and this is my wife, Michelle. Welcome to the Duggar home.
God.
If you lost count, allow us to help. That was a total of 14 kids and 2 sets of twins. And the keen observer might have detected that, yes, number 15 is on the way. That family of 8 kids are the Holts. Father Jim has known Jim Bob for years.
We're talking about the Holts?
We grew up together. We went to Shiloh Christian High School together from 7th grade on.
And Jim Holt was one of my dad's friends, one of his best friends.
Oh my God.
Ladies first.
No, don't do that to me.
Go ahead.
You want me to talk for you? Like
No.
Jim and Bobby? Okay, just me.
Just you for you.
Jim Holt.
And I'm Bobby.
We kind of met on a blind date. I was 19, and
And I was 14.
well, we didn't know that. I didn't know that at the time. She was developed. She looked mature. I was told by my cousin that she was 17 or 18, so I didn't know she was that young. We all marry young in Arkansas, you know. Did I tell you we're related? No, I'm just kidding. We're not. So anyway.
Whoa,
Jim
that's
Bob
not a
said,
funny
"We need some
joke
people that are
considering the
ice skating
subject
rink at the
matter.
Jones Center." And so we said, yeah, we'll come there and skate. And then they come up and just stuck the camera in our face right off the bat and said, well, what do you think about this? And I thought, well, what do I do? And so I did a little quick interview, but
Yeah.
wish I would
And you
have
regret
time.
that now.
Yeah, I regret doing that.
The 2 families compose the core of what amounts to a homegrown church.
When we had our first daughter was March 1st. Well, Josh was born March 3rd.
Over the years, our relationship with him had grown. He was our first daughter's boyfriend, and we'd known him since he was a baby.
Oh, God.
My name is Joshua Duggar. I may not be a household name, but you might have heard of my family.
Discovery Health did their 1-hour documentary, and it did really well. Then they did a Christmas special where we pretended to have Christmas, and it was like really weird. There was 5 of those specials.
The small house where the Duggars currently live might seem crowded with half the people, with only
FBI
2
open up.
bathrooms.
When we moved from the smaller house, which was like 2,400 square feet, into the bigger house, which was 7,000 square feet, I was a teenager. There were a lot more bathrooms for all of us, like 9 bathrooms.
Can we talk about the fact that not Michelle, Mark, thank you for the gifted channel membership. I appreciate you so much. Sorry, I got distracted. Jay, you got gifted a channel membership. Hell yeah. Can we talk about how fucking wild it is, though, that Jill was a teenager by the time they moved into a house that had more than 2 bathrooms, that had like enough space for them to fucking function? Like, that's wild, dude. Wild. Can you imagine living in a 2,000 square foot home with like 18 adults, 18 humans living in one space? I just like, this is what I'm saying too about like people asking the question, like, is it possible to ethically have that many kids? Because like the reality is that you need to be independently wealthy and have a fucking giant home and also a shitload of food. Danny, thank you so much for the channel memberships. Yes, facts. I mean children. Thank you, Danny, for gifting the channel memberships. I appreciate you. Oh, God. Is my stream buffering? No. Okay, no, it's fine. Yesterday while I was working, my internet took a shit, and so now I'm like all stressed that it's going to go out while we're in the middle of the stream. If my stream just randomly goes down, it's probably because my internet pitched a fit, so I'm very sorry. Hold on. What did Danny say? Only 2 bathrooms. Yes, Tori, that's what I'm saying. No, thank you. Not at all. Yes, Mary. Exactly. Aaron and I had that talk too. When we adopted all of our pets, we were younger and stupid. And like not fully thinking through what it would look like if, like, for example, all 4 of them got sick at once. And so like, no, not in a million years would I ever adopt more pets than we have, because we can take care of them, thank God. But like, if something were to happen, or we got more pets and something were to happen to them, we just have to start making tough decisions. And like, I'm not okay with that, you know? Bye, Mark. Bye, Heather. Thank you for coming. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, Mark. I hope therapy goes great. Where did Heather go? Hold on. I was going to look at her message. I can't find it. Chat's moving too fast. Bye, Heather, though. Thank you for coming. That's why I have care credit. Yes, Danny. Yeah, for sure. But also too, like if you multiply that by like 16 children, you know, like there's no amount of care credit or credit cards. Because also these people don't believe in debt. Like they couldn't do that. So they were living on a cash budget with this many kids. That's freaking wild. Okay, we're at 1732. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
The kitchen is gorgeous.
This is pretty much my mom's dream come true.
Jim Bob needed help getting his house done. The show made arrangements to help him finish his house, which was $200,000 or several $100,000 to get it finished.
And then 2008, the reality show started. 17 kids and counting, 16 kids and counting, something like that. I don't know which kid we were on by then. One of them and counting.
The popularity grew very large.
Everyone was mesmerized by how you can have that many kids and have a clean house, have everything color-coded. The laundry itself is a story.
Poor Jessa. She's in charge of the laundry with up to 10 loads a day. Jessa needs some help.
Can we just talk about how fucking unethical that is, though? Like, the fact that we were all watching the show as, like, adolescents and teenagers and young adults and just being like, there's a child taking care of the laundry for a whole family. Like, that's wild. That's not okay. Did I miss the live reaction? I just got here. Hi, A. Daniel. No, we're 18 minutes and 18 seconds into episode 1. We watched the show very slow because I just don't shut the hell up. Why aren't the parents doing? Well, and I think that's the problem, Facts, is that like in some ways they are. I'm sure at least probably initially when the family was smaller, the parents were still doing some parenting, but there is just a limit to what someone can humanly accomplish when you have that many fucking kids. And when one of the parents is constantly pregnant and like partially incapacitated. I've never been pregnant, but I have heard that it's awful. It's exhausting and difficult and physically demanding for some people. I can't imagine having to be just in a constant state of like exhaustion and feeling not at home in your body, and then also having to care for this many kids. Like, it's just not a feasible expectation. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Robin, I can barely. I know. Erin and I do our laundry on the weekend, and if it's more than 2 loads at one time, I'm like, oh my God, I can't do all of this. But this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not okay that they did this to their kids, but also like they put themselves in this situation where like, what are you going to do? Either your kids like live with dirty clothes, or you start co-opting your children and turning them into little adults, which both of those are fucked up. Neither of those are good options. Yeah, me too. Yes, Alex. And parentification is such a common issue for folks to encounter. And I feel like, in recent years, we've gotten more aware of this and had more language around it. But, it is a thing that a lot of people still just sort of take at face value that like, yeah, it's fine. Like, we parentified our kids and it's no big deal. And like, it is a big deal. It is a fucking big deal. It like fucks with the way that you develop, and that's not normal. Or at least not like ideal. It's not healthy for, small children. Yes, Bonnie, she was always pregnant or nursing. Okay, we're at 1818, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Grocery shopping was insane. It was just such a different way of living. And in a way, it looked good. There wasn't any drama. The kids were never allowed to argue. The mom and dad were peaceful. They never had fights.
That's not normal.
Everyone was like, who's this family? Who's this family? Who is this family?
Sorry, I'm pausing every 2 seconds. But I just also want to address this, to be clear. It's not fucking normal. It's not healthy to never have conflict in your relationships. Platforming this as if this was normal was such a fucking shitty thing for TLC to do, because having zero conflict, always being peaceful, usually comes at the cost of resentment, and forced getting along, which is problematic and clearly was covering up a whole host of fucking sins inside of this house of horrors. My baby brother was dumped on me when I was 12 and I potty trained him. Sherman, that's so awful. I'm so sorry that happened to you. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's not okay. That's not right. Yes, it's very much a toxic positivity thing. Well, also too, like, this is a common thing to happen in relationships for conflict averse people is it's not that they don't actually have any gripes with the people they're in relationship with. It's just that we shove it all down, right? We just don't address it. We quietly resent each other. And that can be really damaging to your relationships over time, because if you aren't airing out what's going on, then like one day you might realize that there's like 20 years of unresolved conflict just bubbling beneath the surface. And that's not great for an ideal relationship. Yes, Days in Blue. It is also a breakdown in boundaries. Yes, Raspberry. It is. It is a red flag. Okay. We're at 1843. Pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
Even though we're 9 times the size of an average family, we somehow make it all work.
We visited TLC headquarters. They had this picture of us.
Gabby, thank you so much for gifting the 5 channel memberships. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Fax, are you and Mackenzie beefing? Gabby, that's dope. Thank you so much for the memberships. Don't forget to say thank you, y'all, if you got gifted a membership. All right, we're at 1856. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
On their wall, and it was this tandem bike that they had taken a picture and then like photoshopped us all on one bike. We realized this is a big deal.
Reality TV can sort of take a network that's not exactly a juggernaut in terms of performance and really give it new life. Other networks like Bravo, VH1, and MTV quickly learned these shows are relatively cheap to produce, and at the same time, lots and lots of people consume them. My name is Danielle Lindemann. I am a professor of sociology. I am an evangelist for reality TV.
This is the beginning of Peter Talk Casserole.
19 Kids and Counting is kind of the perfect reality show to teach us about why we like reality TV.
Interesting.
How do they make casserole for all these people? And if that's the biggest problem in an entire episode, there's something relaxing about that. Reality TV, at its core, it's incredible.
Thank you so much for gifting the channel memberships. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate you. Apple Jam PB, you got a channel membership. It's never not about money. Yes, Celine, for real. I think that's the other thing that's important to honor about reality TV is that almost all of the decisions are guided by what's profitable for the network. I think I changed it, fax machine. What happened? Hi, Taylor. Thanks for coming to the live. All right. Also, does anybody, hold on, I'm writing this down because I want to read this woman's book. Hold, please. Robin got a gifted membership and now she gifted a membership. I love that. Oh, I do love that. Oh my gosh, I wasn't even paying attention. Thank you for pointing that out, Christine. What is her name? Danielle Lindemann. Reality TV book. Okay, great. All right, you guys, look at all the green in the chat. You love to see it. All right, we're at 1955, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Incredibly conservative.
Your sister's going to jail. Have a little compassion.
The Kardashians, like, yes, they have sex tapes. Like, yes, they're
One of my
really
favorite
extreme
episodes.
in a lot of ways. But at the same time, they're super conventional in terms of how they're performing their gender.
I did not wake up like this.
The Duggars also are performing gender in this way where the women do the cooking, women do the cleaning.
Do you believe that you are reinforcing gender stereotypes by having your girls do the cooking and cleaning?
I think there are some gender aspects you just can't get around. That's not bad. I think that's a good thing.
Some people are watching because that can be very comforting. It's hearkening back to some imagined past time where things were simpler and roles were more clearly defined.
Fax, what the hell? Thank you for the 20 channel memberships. Holy shit. Go luchadors. Fax, what the fuck? I appreciate you. Oh my God. Look at all the green in the chat. Hell yeah. Congratulations, y'all. You're one of us now. Mind yourself, Christine. Oh, we do have a Christine. Christine, thanks for coming. We have 2 Christines. For real, thank you, Fax. I appreciate you. All right, we're at 2042. Fax is a machine. All right, we're at 2042. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's these kind of modern day freak show programs that have built TLC Discovery into this empire that it is today. And then the cash cows of the series were really these wedding and birth episodes, which were bringing in monster ratings. But then as their popularity soars, as ratings soar, they keep producing kids. So in season 4, Michelle gives birth to Josie. That was a big deal because she was medically fragile.
Were you and Jim Bob surprised to find out that you were pregnant with your 19th?
I thought maybe it might not happen.
Michelle's blood pressure just kept going up and up, and I knew it would be life-threatening for her and the baby.
This situation is fixing to change our lives.
Oy.
Forever. But, we praise God when all the good things are happening. And we're going to praise God even during this difficult situation.
The zoom in,
is,
you
Michelle.
guys.
Here she
Whoa,
comes.
okay.
Oh, my.
Trigger warning for
And
fucking
so all
gore.
of this kind of feeds
Jesus.
into this lifestyle. The women, girls, are really like the engine, keeping it afloat, keeping it running.
Mm-hmm.
The Duggars.
See, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Also, wow, I was not prepared for that. Jesus. Yeah, Danny. The overlay sometimes shields you guys. I know, Raspberry. And just like for real though, like not even from this, like, because sometimes people snark on Michelle as like using these really sexist and misogynistic, like her vagina must be so loose, but like for real, Michelle's body has been through it, dude. Like all of the women in these cultures who give birth to like huge numbers of children, can we talk about how fucking exhausted they must be? Like their bodies have been through, yeah, facts, you're shielded by my disgust alone. Their bodies have been through just unspeakable amounts of trauma and stress, and still the expectation is like, get up, look pretty, do your hair, and smile while you run after all of these children. That's wild. Yeah, little kitty, I feel that. Okay. 2201. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Were a big get for TLC. They helped to put the network on the map. Some might say that TLC went from being the learning channel to the lurking channel. We're not necessarily tuning in to learn. We're kind of tuning in more for the train wreck.
Yes.
From these medical documentary shows to these more contemporary freak shows.
Julius's addiction to balloons started when he was hospitalized at just 4 years old.
Oy vey.
Discovery ultimately became a multi-billion-dollar company, and now they own Warner Brothers.
We're positioned to get 200 million homes,
They
300
do?
million homes, because we have all the content that people love. And so I think coming together, we're not just better together, I think we're the best media company.
Oy. Ella, thank you so much for gifting a channel membership. What the heck? I appreciate you. Yeah, Echelon is the anchor to our sanity. She absolutely is. Yes, shout out to Echelon for being our eye bleach. Let's see who got Sweet Kristen. Welcome to the channel memberships, my friend. You're one of us now. I know, Stephanie. I thought the same thing. All right, 2250. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
In the world.
The Duggars became a beacon for the evangelical community, the fundamentalist community, and they finally saw themselves represented on TV. We had Christian programming,
Father, we just praise you.
but never like this.
I brought my ticket, and I'm getting it signed by all of them. They have good core values. We love them.
My name is Jennifer Sutphin, and I run a YouTube channel called Fundy Fridays, where I do my makeup while discussing Christian fundamentalism. A fundy is kind of a derogative term for a fundamentalist, and it's the entire starting point for the fundy snark community, which is the camp that I fall into, like the hate watchers.
The show has devolved more and more into just straight propaganda as time has gone on.
But the Duggar show is just so insanely popular that they doubled down and they started making a bunch of other shows just like it about Christian fundamentalists, families.
Oh, the singing.
We prayed about it and we thought, well, maybe this is an opportunity to share with the world that children are a blessing and a gift from God.
I saw a lot of you guys talking about how Jen was going to be in this. I love her changing. I know, Gemma, I was just thinking that because I also too I do my makeup when I watch fundamentalism or while I talk about fundamentalism, because I don't think she does her makeup really much anymore, does she? Robin. Okay, but for real, actually, this is something I've talked to Aaron about a lot. I am very, very curious, mostly nervous about how this is going to affect those subreddits, because they have a history of like volatility. There's like so much tea and drama about like the old Funny Snark subreddit and the new one and like all that stuff. And I am nervous about this documentary bringing new people in, and like what this state of affairs is going to look like there. Hopefully things don't get volatile and people don't get weird. But I am very curious. I'm going to take a fly on the wall perspective. Not that I'm really like in that subreddit that much anyways, but I'm certainly not engaging for the next couple of months, because I'm curious to see, similar to how after the news broke about Josh's arrest, there was just an influx of people, and I'm really curious to see if that happens again. Sam, that's understandable. In a respectful Jen-centric way. I wish Jen's content on The Handmaid's Tale was still available on YouTube. Oh, is it not? This is also why I've never made content about The Handmaid's Tale, because I've heard their content is difficult to keep up or like talk about. Yes, Allie. She filmed her interview in late 2021. I just like how cruel they are toward. Oh, a shoot. Yes, absolutely. The same thing happened with Josh Duggar. Yes. Yeah. Oh, sweetie. No, exactly. It like destabilized things for a while. So hopefully the mods are like prepped and ready for the influx, because I'm curious to see how that works. Okay. 23:59. Sorry, I got distracted by Jen. 23:59, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And so we went back to him and we said, we will do this documentary with you as long as you don't edit out our faith.
It was March of 1980. I was 15. Jim Bob was 14 at the time. My family was pretty dysfunctional. I had a stepfather that was pretty rough. I had a few stepfathers that were pretty rough on my mom, and then pretty rough on me. Jim Bob said I was like the brother he always wanted, and his mother called me like her own son. But Jim Bob had problems too.
I grew up in a situation where sometimes we had electricity shut off. At one point we had our house foreclosed on. My dad did not really have a spiritual focus in life. It caused a lot of problems in our family.
The church said, we're going to go to this seminar. Y'all want to go? We'll drive you. Jim Bob and I went together.
Facts.
It was our first time seeing Bill Gothard.
Mackenzie.
The Basic Seminar, a ministry of the Institute in Basic Youth Conflicts. As a high schooler, Bill Gothard was concerned about the wrong decisions that many of his classmates were making. The Basic Seminar offers lasting answers for resolving family conflicts, overcoming feelings of inferiority, removing guilt and bitterness, conquering destructive habits, establishing marriage harmony.
Oh my God.
Do you have a vision for what you could do for the kingdom of the Lord that is worth you giving your life for? If you have nothing worth dying for, you have nothing worth living for. Here's another way of putting it. When you get to the end of your life, what do you want to be able to look back and say, this is what God accomplished through my life?
Our lives were falling apart around us. Our kids were rebelling.
So this Institute in Basic Youth Conflict saved my life. I really can honestly, truly say that.
The first night that Mr. Gothard spoke, I just wept.
It was some of the most revolutionary things I'd heard out of Scripture. It was about, how to love God more and how to show Him you love more, because that's the greatest commandment, is love God with everything that you have, right? It was like one of the best things I'd ever heard in my life. I thought it was fantastic. Most of the people in the Institute thought Bill Gothard on the moon, and Jim Bob was one of them.
We have for every one of you the answer on how to conquer any habit you have.
Growing up.
This is fucking wild, first of all, that he actually just fucking said that. But also, yes, Bill Gothard also makes my fucking skin crawl. The thing about this that I think is just important is that, like, Jim Bob supposedly or apparently grew up in this, you know, I'm assuming it sounds like it was a traumatic situation, right? And what's his name? Holt. I can't remember his name. I know Bobby is the wife, but both of these people grew up in somewhat traumatic home situations, right? And so Bill Gothard weaponized this like capital T truth. I have the answer. He literally just said it, to manipulate people into following his very specific curriculum about his religious beliefs. Like, he used manipulating people's trauma as a cult recruitment tactic. Like, this is so fucked up. But also, too, when people, like, balk at the Duggars getting called a cult, like, this is why people do that. Thank you, Jim. Or thank you, Issue. Jim Holt, thank you. This is why people say that, though, because this is the same tactic that people use to recruit people to cults, is weaponizing your trauma, manipulating your emotional response, cutting off your resources to outsiders, creating an us versus them mentality. Like, this is all cult recruitment, and they're doing the same thing. Like, Bill Gothard is such a fucking ghoul. He's a ghoul. Oh, sweetie, no. Oh my gosh, Ann R. Borden, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. I'm so glad to have you here. Thank you. That was perfectly timed. Thank you. Yes, Mary Gothard, who has never married nor had children. As if he has any authority to be telling people what the answer is. Like, fuck out of here, dweeb. That is interesting, Sarah. I forgot to mention that my boyfriend's younger cousins are involved in IBLP. Oh, Taylor, I'm so sorry. That sounds very complicated. He's like Kenneth Copeland. Yes. Facts. Literally. Yes. It's same vibes. Creepy. Yep. Allie, MLMs do the same thing. They do. They manipulate you based on your trauma, and they force these disclosures from you so that they can weaponize against you to recruit you to their bullshit. Okay. 26, 23, we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
My family attended Bill Gothard's seminar, the same program as the Duggars. My name is Brooke Arnold. I really hesitated to talk to you guys because to me the whole Bill Gothard thing was this like hornet's nest that didn't need to be kicked right now.
What do you know about the Institute of Basic Life Principles?
How long do you have?
Welcome to the Children's Institute of the Seminar in Basic Life Principles. We learn about authority and the importance of obeying the spoken as well as the unspoken wishes of those who are responsible for us.
Whoa! To me, you know, Bill Gothard came to loom over my life almost mythologically.
This is literally prescribed child abuse. Discord is going to get decked? Why? What's wrong with Discord? Whoa. There are a lot of you in Discord. Hello. I'm so glad we did a stage for today. Welcome, everybody. We should be fine for today because we can have up to 50 people in the room. But if we get maxed out, can someone just put it in the YouTube chat, please, so I don't miss it? Yeah, hi, everybody. Yeah, spoken and unspoken. I want to address that because this is literally child abuse being prescribed as the answer for how to be religious, which is fucking wild. Fax machine. Why? I'm sure plenty of people want to be your friend, Fax. No, this is wild though, because this is like a thing, especially like this is sort of a meme now with like oldest daughter syndrome thing. The like instinct or like uncanny ability to perceive what other people's unspoken wishes are is a mechanism of trauma or like a result of being traumatized and parentified to a very high degree. That's fucked up. That's not fucking normal. We should not be teaching children how to screen for unvoiced desires or wishes of other people and then to meet them without being asked. This creates problems in relationships. It can cause attachment issues. It causes self-esteem problems. It creates an immense amount of anxiety, all kinds of negative outcomes for relationships, and generally just fucks up your fucking mood and your experience in life. I think the thing about this that pushes my buttons the most is that this is a lot of the work that I've done with folks clinically, is helping folks to unlearn this. And it can't be understated how difficult it is to turn that off. Like when you're a person who has had their intuition co-opted from a very young age to the degree where you just know what people want from you, you can feel it. It's a difficult thing to learn how to turn off, and it also creates an immense amount of shame and guilt trying to turn that off in adulthood. And I just really want to encourage people to obviously steer away from this in your own parenting, but also to give yourself the benefit of the doubt and to give yourself some peace and some space if you're an adult who struggles with this, because not meeting people's unspoken desires doesn't make you mean. It doesn't make you shitty. It doesn't make you a bad friend or partner or daughter. It is okay to not screen for people's unspoken wishes and try to meet them all the time. Like, you're allowed. Healthy relationships look like clear disclosure that, like, hey, this is the thing that I'm looking for. Hey, this is the thing that I would feel seen by. Hey, this is something I'd prefer for you not to do. And to have like a clear conversation about that. Like, healthy relationships don't include you having to like suss out what someone wants from you. That's not okay. Alexandra, thank you so much for the 5 channel memberships. Y'all are going off today. My God. Thank you so much for the channel memberships, Alexandra. So now we have Tori, Bree, or Bri, Drizilla. The other one flew by too fast. Welcome, everybody. You're one of us now. I saw a couple of you guys talking about how this is like you to a T. Highly want to encourage you to validate that in yourself, because it sucks. It sucks to unlearn that as a person who's done it, as a person who has helped lots of other people do it. It's difficult work, Holly. But for real, it's not even like, I want you to know that I'm not saying this with like judgment at all. Because it's a common thing, but also something that we should be giving ourselves validation around, Like, I said this in, I don't know if that video went up yet. I can't remember, but I said this in a video recently about how it's never a child's fault if they were indoctrinated with something from the time that they were small. Like, the result of that indoctrination is not your fault, and it's okay for you to give yourself validation and to say, like, I'm doing some work on this, Biological Clock, thank you for the 5 channel memberships. My God. Okay, so we have Alexandria, Natalie Pearson, Average, I think it's Average Mateo, and Katie Bailey. Thanks for becoming one of us, you guys. Alexandria, we are at 2709 in episode 1. Really flying through these episodes. Yes. Yeah, now you guys get access to all of the cool emotes. Hey, what about oldest daughters? Yeah. This is just a common thing because typically the oldest child gets parentified, and because of sexism, it tends to be the oldest daughters that get parentified most often. Okay, I think that's everything. We're at 2709. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And I just felt like there was something important I needed to find out. I felt like the more that I understood about Bill Gothard, the more I would understand myself. Bill Gothard Sr. was a minister. He was actually head of the Gideons Association, the little Bible that you find in every hotel room. That's there because of the Gideons. So Bill Gothard kind of comes from this evangelical dynasty. All
right, hold on, pause. Lydia, thanks for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us, my friend. Watching TV in the most fun and efficient way. Yes. Yeah, that is our thing. I know, Kat, there's rapid fire gifting going on. Y'all did not come to play today. Alexandra, I thought about that, but I didn't have time to put something together before this went up because it's literally the first. So, or the second, I guess, but still. Definitely took a Gideon Bible from a hotel. That's hilarious. All right. 2740, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
He ended up going to Wheaton College, which is basically the Harvard for fundamentalists.
What?
In 1961, Bill Gothard establishes these local workshops on how to parent, how to raise your kids, how to discipline. They teach the prosperity gospel. Obey God, and God's going to bless you. People were getting this and then taking it into their communities, taking it into their churches.
In the late 60s, people were really scared at that time. You know, there was huge social, cultural, political, economic shifts happening.
You have the civil rights movement. You have the women's rights movement. You had student protesters.
People were wondering, you know, is it Christian to have long hair? Is it Christian to listen to rock and roll? Is it Christian to watch television? Bill Gothard says, you don't have to be worried about what the right thing to do is because I know the right thing to do about everything. The simplicity of his program was really appealing to people who were kind of living in these moments of extreme upheaval.
Which is a cult tactic. Ugh.
IBLP is the abbreviation for the Institute in Basic Life Principles.
IBLP movement thought process.
IBLP.
I said IBLP, right?
Okay.
IBLP.
The IBLP.
The IBLP.
IBLP.
Bill Gothard has never passed up an opportunity to use an acronym.
This matter of
Man loves
authority
acronyms.
is so important.
Bill Gothard's teachings, there's 7 non-optional basic principles, but the biggest feature of Gothardism is the authority teaching.
Because we are living in a day in which we want to have equal authority. Sons and daughters want to be on equal
Ella,
level
I'm
with
so glad.
parents, citizens, equal level with government. I mean, the whole attitude of our day is equal authority. But God didn't structure life that way. And it doesn't work that way. As long as we're under these umbrellas of protection, Satan cannot get through with destructive temptations.
There's a lot of good people in IBLP. They go into
Hold on. Listen, I just want to draw your attention to something. The conversation that we just had, yes, Holly, it does remind me of L. Ron Hubbard. I thought that too. The conversation that we just had about political and cultural unrest. Oh my gosh. Stephanie, a member for 3 months. What the heck? Just noticed this, sending you good vibes. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining the channel memberships for 3 months. You're the realist. L. Ron Hubbard also loved acronyms. Well, Holly, it's a cult thing. We talked about this in the MLM video, but having a shared vernacular and this language that communicates an exclusivity and like an in-group is very appealing to folks. It capitalizes on our human desire for connection and for community and to feel like we are one of the chosen people. So creating the shared vernacular is a really easy way to worm your way into people's minds and to create this sense of like, we're special, we're secret, you can't know about our little acronyms. It seems innocuous on its surface, but it's actually a mechanism of manipulation. Oh, nice. Average. But I want to draw people's attention to this conversation that they just had about the civil rights movement, the women's voting movement, and all of this political and cultural unrest that then resulted in this sort of Bible revivalist thing. That's happening now. I just want to encourage people to be fucking aware that we're experiencing a very similar issue right now with like political and cultural unrest, with a lot of legislation about people's lives and bodies and like social liberties. And so that creates a lot of fear for folks. And a lot of times cults, religions, destructive groups will capitalize on that to try to recruit new members to whatever problematic movement it is that they belong to create the sense of safety for you, right? They tell you, you don't have to have the answers to what to do about all of this political and cultural unrest. I have them and I'll give them to you in an easy, workbook. Scientology does this, IBLP and Bill Gothard did this, but like this is still continuing to happen. We see like little bits of this with MLM culture. Not that they're necessarily operating to the same degree. But still, it's important to be aware of, like, please be conscientious and like protect yourselves because it's important. It's very easy to get not very easy, but like you can get taken advantage of when we have these vulnerabilities. And I want to encourage people to like communicate with your safe people about it because it matters. Yummy. Thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for becoming one of us, my friend. When Mickey became your catalyst to find other content by licensed therapists. Micah, I love that. We are stands for evidence-based information here. Yes, Jay, pay attention to your workplace using these tactics. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this happens a lot too, where people will say, you know, like, just work more, do more for less, like that kind of stuff. It is weaponizing this unrest and this unsureness, to try to get you to do things that serve the purposes of other people, and that's fucked up. That's manipulative, and it's not cool. Leo, DBT workbook acronyms are not the same. I promise. I know. Look at all these emotes in the chat. Y'all are the best. It's pronounced Yumi. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yumi, I'm so glad you joined the channel memberships. I appreciate you. Capitalizing on vulnerable is the game book. Yes. Outside of acronyms do slap. I do love a good acronym. I won't lie. Having clear boundaries outlined in a relationship is key, especially establishing expectations of the relationship at the beginning. Yes, Taylor. I think generally speaking, like, having a firm handle on safe boundaries and all of that is such a great protective factor. But also just be aware, that even if you don't, like, it is okay. It is a shame-free experience to, at any time, recognize that you're part of a group or part of a situation or a culture that you're like, oop, I don't like this. It is okay. Like, we should really normalize giving people, like, empathy when they come to the realization that they joined something that's, like, not good or not safe or, you know, whatever. There's just a lot of shaming that goes on with that, and I think we should quit it. I feel that way when they ask us to work overtime, saying we're all familiar. No. Yeah, Lydia, fuck that shit. Get out of there. Oh, Freilich, hi, thanks for coming. Like, a lot of academic communities also have specialized vocabulary. Yes, it can show up in a variety of different places. And to be clear, having shared vocabulary is not like a dead giveaway for a cult. Like, there's lots of other factors that should be evaluated before labeling something as a cult, but still. Yes, Gabby. Aaron and I are just, like, privately obsessed with that docuseries. I don't think we finished it. But now when we render videos for the channel, we say that we're going to mic render them. I don't know how that happened, but I love that documentary. Mic render is the best. That includes voting because pro-life, which in turn impacts other people's lives. Yes. Yeah. Something similar happened at my job. The cat's looking there like, look at how sweet she's being. Oh my God. Michelle. Yeah. Especially if somebody is giving you, I know the answers for all things, including what happens after we die thing. Eyebrow raise. Metamorphose. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Maybe add some more factors into that analysis first. All right, we are at 30:01. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Thinking, I don't want my child to get in trouble. I don't want them to go down some of the path and have some of the guilt of some of the sins that we've committed. And so they go into it thinking this is a better life.
I had gotten to go to the basic seminar in high school. I think it was about 1980. Right after we got married, Michelle got to go to the basic seminar, and that was one of the best things that happened to us. Love you guys. Thank you.
Jim Bob Duggar is influenced by Gothard's teachings, including that of this quiverful idea of having as many children as possible.
People say, well, how many children should you have? The answer is, how many blessings of God?
Within the quiverful movement, to be faithful Christians, one needs to open themselves to as many children as God will give them.
Well, I mean, the source of it is from the Bible, so whoever took it and ran with it.
As arrows in the hands of a mighty man, so are children youth.
Children soon the youth. Happy is the man that has his quiver full of them.
Overpopulation is really a myth.
The whole world population could fit into the city limits of Jacksonville, Florida.
We have 2 children, a boy and a girl.
Are they okay?
We have 11 children.
According to the IBLP, the more children you have, the more blessed by God you are.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Michelle, I'm almost a little afraid to ask. I understand you've got a big announcement this morning.
We are expecting our 20th child. Yes. And just thrilled.
None of them look happy about that.
That's
My
what I
God.
heard when I was 12, when I was 8.
That is crazy.
When I
to
was.
me.
You don't see a heartbeat. Oh.
Both of our
This
hearts
is
just sank.
awful.
There was no heartbeat, and we both were just devastated.
No, these folks are not okay.
You know, with all of the babies and with the popularity of the show, they literally became the poster child for IBLP.
If you have not gone through the basics seminar, I highly recommend it.
Bill Gothard was traveling around playing to huge coliseums of people. The Institute
Yeah, the kids look
estimates that
dismayed.
over 2 million people have attended Bill Gothard's seminars. He was a rock star.
Okay.
In an age in which Christian institutions and authority was slipping, here's a guy drawing crowds.
Because it's a cult.
For people like
It's
the
a cult
Duggars,
recruitment tactic.
it felt like winning.
Oh.
So my name is Josh Pease, and several years ago now, I wrote an article for the New Republic about Bill Gothard, IBLP, and that whole world.
I'm loving how many
Advanced Training
experts
Institute
they
is
included
biblically
in this.
centered, parent-supervised, and home-based.
In
We know I'm an evidence-based
1984,
girly.
Bill Gothard launches the Advanced Training Institute, a homeschool curriculum that is basically taking all of these things he had been teaching in these seminars and then turning it into a curriculum for families.
The resources that ATI has are what we needed. I couldn't do it, I don't think, alone without the resources there.
Growing up, it was kind of the idea that like they wanted to protect us from the world. People go into the IBLP group and all of these conferences and stuff because it's fun and exciting and community. This is the key. They're all about the keys to success, the key to that, key to this, the key that's gonna like give us what we need to be good parents and to homeschool our kids and make sure that our kids turn out right.
Yeah, that didn't age well.
It's
did
very
it?
appealing when you see an organization that promises that to you.
Real quick, I just want to talk about the other thing that is happening here with this group specifically, but also with other groups, is that there is a... oh my gosh, Fax, you leaving? Bye. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. This talk is really well done. Yeah, I'm so excited that they included so many experts and survivors. Yes, people who are like directly involved in IBLP and like grew up in it or can speak to it, and people who are like scientists, educators, writers, experts about this. Like I said, we all know I'm an evidence-based girly, and I love that they have people whose like profession is dedicated to this. Yeah, bye, Fax. Thank you for coming. But the thing that I wanted to draw your attention to is that this happens a lot in, obviously it happened in this group, but it does happen in other religious groups and other cults, is that there is a fear that a lot of us have about like doing the wrong thing. And organizations like this prescribe shame about doing the wrong thing and then offer you the fix for it, right? Like this is a sort of circular thing that like they tell you that you're wrong, they shame you for regular ass human things that everyone does, and then tell you you are a shitty person who should be ashamed of yourself, but don't worry, I can fix it for you. Come here. I'll give you the resources to fix it. Please be wary of groups that do this because it does weaponize our human desire for community, like Jill was saying, for belonging, and also for some kind of reassurance that we're doing the right thing or that we're okay. This is like a human thing to want to feel okay and to want to get validation. Oh, I'm a bug bite. To get validation about ourselves and like our choices, you know. And someone can weaponize that against you to get you to join a cult or a shitty group. For real, like, did I get a bug bite just now? Like, my shoulder is so itchy. What the hell? Yes, it is. Like Trump. This is surprisingly common rhetoric for the alt-right and the ultra-conservative circles. Yeah, Mary, I appreciate that also, that they're not just like skirting around the issue. They're being very upfront about how problematic this is, which is nice. Okay, 3405, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
The Duggars were definitely used as a recruiting tool for IBLP.
God has opened up a lot of ministry opportunities for our family.
It's not a show. It's really not. It's our life. It really is. I would have gotten...
Christian fundamentalism was largely underground. They had their own schools, their own entertainment, their own everything, really. They had no reason to interact with secular culture. And then the Duggars came around and it suddenly was mainstream.
Tom Cruise, Scientologist.
I think it's a privilege to call yourself a Scientologist.
Scientology, sort of the gateway for most people into that was Tom Cruise. It kind of legitimized Scientology. In a lot of ways, that's exactly what the Duggars were for Bill Gothard.
Michelle and Jim Bob have now written their second book.
We've never had this many people in our store ever.
Kids have been on TV for 10 years, but we never expected our family to receive so much attention everywhere we go. I knew I loved you.
18, yes. My name is Josh Duggar.
All of the Duggar children were steeped in Gothard's teachings, and Josh Duggar was no exception. And as he comes of age, he kind of steps into his own place in this world.
Oh no, here we go.
His star just continues to rise.
The way that he grabs her gives me the fucking ick. God.
And Josh and Anna are with us in the studio. Yeah. Cut in.
Cut in.
Okay. Any piece. Okay, now
Of course he did it by himself.
Do you know what that means?
I think that means it's a girl.
The pink is for a girl. You got a girl.
We have decided to accept that job in D.C.
It's not unusual or unexpected that someone who's like the golden boy on a reality TV show would also want to go into politics.
Hello, I'm Josh Duggar.
2 years ago, Josh accepted a high-profile job with the Family Research Council, a deeply conservative lobbying group devoted to promoting a Christian worldview.
You know, I was excited for them to get their own show. I felt like it was a good opportunity for them. But I didn't know everything. I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes.
Reality TV family in free fall.
A bombshell, May 19th, 2015.
Shocking accusations come to light that the eldest Duggar child sexually abused children.
After an anonymous letter to the Oprah
Trigger
Winfrey
warning
Show, Oprah's team called the child abuse hotline, and police started asking questions.
Stunning even by reality TV standards. The news came to light when In Touch magazine obtained a decade-old police report detailing Josh's alleged molestation.
It reveals that Josh, while 14 or 15 years old, forcibly touched at least 5 girls in 2002 and 2003.
Some are speculating the unnamed victims are some of Josh's sisters.
Do you remember when he was sent away?
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of don't really want to talk about all that.
Good for her.
Just because, like,
hell yeah,
we
Jill.
wish nobody had ever found out about
Yeah,
any
it's
of that.
really hard for me because I'm just like,
There were certain things that like she shared with me in confidence because we were a married couple that with all of our hopes would remain confident between us until we both died and nobody would ever find out about it.
What's coming up for you?
This is something that like is heavily guarded and
nobody should have ever known about it, so I don't like talking about it. The moment that the reports, everything was released, that was the moment it was public.
Hold on. I just want to address this because this is a disclaimer that I give all of my clients. But I feel like people should know about this more. Like, obviously this isn't therapy, to be clear. But even in therapy where like it is the thing that like we're here to talk about that, please know that you are allowed, you have the right to say no, to tell your therapist to fuck off, to say like, I'm not ready to talk about that at any time. This is a hard to watch section. I am proud of her for putting her foot down. I also think for as problematic as Jill and Derek are, because they do have beliefs that are, problematic. I I think it speaks to their level of like connection and trust that she immediately looked at him and he knew exactly what was going on and he stood up for her. Like almost immediately. He was like, yeah, no, only what you're comfortable with. Like we don't have to talk about that. Which is important. I think that's also something we should normalize in relationships. Yes, Alexandra. That's the other thing about this that like is shitty, because I think it's important that or that like Josh's misconduct, his abuse, be made aware, or be made, people be made aware of that, right? Because like that's a shitty thing for them to be hiding and then platforming themselves as these like pious, holier than thou people. But it also came at the cost of his literal family, right? Like the people that he victimized were then re-victimized and being like torn apart in the media for something that wasn't their fault. And they were like robbed of their ability to process it at the time and again when it was made public without their consent. And so it's just like a really shitty fucking fucked up situation. Is there any research or takes on how this type of upbringing can create a space for SA to be so prominent? No, Gabby, you're fine. Yes, I think there are a couple of things that we know about protective factors in terms of, sorry, there was a loud noise in my house. Oh, someone driving their car. Okay. I thought my dog was yelping. It was like a brake squeaking noise and I got really scared. There are a couple of things that we know about protective factors in terms of CSA and specifically abuse from family members, one of which is teaching kids the correct anatomical names for all of their body parts. Another of which is having clear, open conversations about boundary, about bodily autonomy, about consent and things like that. Not that you need to be talking to your 2-year-old about sexual consent, but talking to small children or your 2-year-old about how you don't have to hold anybody's hand if you don't want to. You don't have to let someone hug you if you don't like that. It's okay for you to say, I'm not comfortable with that, and like respecting that. Those are foundational skills for having conversations about sexual consent later, and also important protective factors in childhood against this type of abuse. The other thing about these cultures that creates in some ways risk factor, I guess. It creates excess risk, is the secrecy, is the like shiny happy people thing, right? When we as a family do the we don't air our dirty laundry thing, and when we teach children that secrets are a normal part of life, that creates a risk factor for small children to be victimized and abused and to be told we won't talk about this, right? A lot of the common advice for raising small children now is to differentiate with kids the difference between surprises and secrets. It's perfectly normal to not tell mom about a surprise because we're going to surprise her with bed and breakfast for Mother's Day, right? So like, don't tell her yet because it's going to be a surprise. But a surprise is something that we're not telling someone for a little while because it's going to make them happy, and we will tell them eventually. Secrets are something that we don't tell, that we don't talk about, and we're hiding something bad, or we're hiding anything really. And there's no time that we're going to reveal that. Those are off limits. And differentiating that for kids is really important, because if someone ever asks them to keep a secret, then you can set up resources for them to come tell you like, hey, so-and-so asked me to keep a secret. And then that helps to bring abuse out into the open. Yes, Jay, that's another thing that's important to talk about. I have a whole video about the Duggar family where I recap a lot of this. So if you guys want to watch that, I'll link it in the description after this live is over. But telling kids that you will believe them no matter what, and that they are not going to be in trouble for telling you if they kept a secret and those kinds of things is so incredibly important. But also along with that is being mindful of our own emotional reaction. When kids disclose trauma, abuse, things like that, it's super, super scary and difficult for adults, but do the best that you can to monitor your response, because little kids will interpret your emotional dysregulation as you being upset at them, which can then damage that relationship. So have a freak out about it by all means, but do it behind closed doors with your safe people, in a time and place that's not going to accidentally send the message to your kid that them disclosing was the wrong thing to do. I know, yeah, this turned into an educational stream real quick, but it's important. I think it's important to talk about, and like I said, I've talked about it before, but I'm happy to answer the questions again. because it's important for people to know. Yes, Gabby. The people were doing nothing around him except to enable him. Yeah, that's the hard thing about it, Gabby, is that like in some ways I am glad, I guess, that his abusive actions were brought to light, but not about the fact that it threw his sisters under the bus and that it identified them without their consent and forced them to very publicly and you know, in a very traumatizing way, relive something that was really, really difficult for them in the first place. Yeah, Apple Jam PB, exactly. Like that distinction is so, so, so important. Song of Solace, thank you for coming. I hope you have a good work day. I think it goes without saying from this point forward, big trigger warning for CSA, and abuse and family abuse, like sibling abuse. But let's get back into it. We're at 38:02, so this episode's almost over. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
When did you first find out about Josh?
Well, how deep do we go? Because that's a rabbit hole. That's, man, it's really twisted.
Yeah, Eric, exactly.
We had known him from a baby, you know, and he was our first daughter's boyfriend.
And Josh says something like, I'd like to know if I'd be able to court Kaylee for the purpose of marriage. And we said yes.
With lead son Josh, age 16, how will the Duggars handle the delicate issue of dating?
I think that if you're gonna give your heart away, you need to be giving it to someone who's gonna love you and care about you, and not someone who's gonna simply get carried away with their emotions.
What does that even mean?
So March 30th, 2003, when we found out, I went out to the field and just bawled.
What Jim Bob had said to us was, Josh, he's gotten into some trouble. You know, he's touched his sisters inappropriately. That was their big thing that they would say is that...
Yeah, you said one time he molested his sisters, and Michelle said, don't you say that again. He had apparently been doing it since he was 12, but we found out about it when he was 15. So, well, when were you going to tell us? And Michelle said, we weren't going to have them tell you guys at all. We were going to have Josh confess to Kaylee once they were married. And so I asked him, I said, so are you basically saying you were kind of using my daughter as like a carrot to get him to behave the right way? And he goes, well, yeah, kind of. Jim Bob had written a bill.
Oh my God.
Created a sex offender website. I confronted him. I said, Jim Bob, according to your own bill that you've written and what you've told me, your son should be on it. He needs to make it right with the law because he violated the law and he needs to turn himself in. It's like, I'm getting ready to take Josh in. Would you want to go? I said, oh, yeah. So I went right with him. We met at the state trooper's office. The state trooper sat down and we told him the story. Josh told him what we thought at the time was everything he had done. He goes, I'm going to let you go this time. He said, but if you do it again, I'm really going to come down hard on you. Well, we found out later that this guy was a friend of Jim Bob's.
Jim was considering, what should I do? We got to get him out of the house. Where should we go? Where should we take him?
He took him to Bill Gothard's facility in Little Rock,
which was an IBLP facility for troubled boys.
Oh, God.
I was like, where's Josh? Where is he? They're like, oh, he is helping families build homes at a camp. And I was like, oh. And they're like, yeah, he's a good guy like that. You just knew something was off.
Josh was away, and they were going to do this Parent Magazine interview.
I know, Andy. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah.
And was asking Jim Bob, what are you going to tell them? He said, well, we're going to tell him that Josh is down there ministering. And I said, Jim Bob, you know that's not true.
So he actually just checked him out.
Yeah, he didn't tell him that.
Brought him back.
He brought him back, and he said he wanted him there for his birthday. It was right before Jim Bob's birthday.
They didn't turn him in. They didn't write a report. They didn't do anything.
I said, it doesn't matter if you're the best Christian family that ever lived. If somebody finds out about this 20 years down the road, they will eat you alive. You know, it wasn't a blessing to Josh, I'll tell you that.
No. A curse. It was a curse to Josh.
Hello?
Breaks my
Josh
heart
was a
to
curse
think
to
about
everybody else.
My
What?
sweet cousins. And anyone else in the IBLP.
TLC created a PR show for Gothard's teachings.
All right, hold on. Let's talk about that. Hold on. Let me rewind a little bit. Yeah, the tell her after marriage thing is absolutely fucking haunting. Basically, they were going to lie to Josh's future wife. Like, if this doesn't, oh my gosh, hi, bye, password, thanks for coming. If this doesn't highlight how much they dehumanize and don't fucking care about the lives and emotions and well-being of women in this cult, I don't fucking know what does. They literally were using someone else's child as bait for their son to stop abusing his siblings. They were going to lie to her and trick her into marrying him because, first of all, they knew that she'd probably want to leave if she knew the truth. But second of all, because they cared only about the optics of their son not getting in trouble. Oh, disgusting. Yeah, we're watching the first 2 episodes today. We're at 41 minutes, 43 seconds of the first episode. So we're probably going to take a break here in a hot second after this episode is over. But the other thing that I want to talk about here is the Holtz. I quite honestly don't know how I feel about them being positioned as whistleblowers on Jim, Bob, and Michelle, because the reality is that they were card-carrying members for the same community. And it does read a little bit as like, look over there, not at me, look over there. And I just don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, hi, bye. We can do a recap at the end of this episode. Well, yes, Days in Blue, that's exactly the thing, is that they don't really care about curing him or about addressing the core issue. They care about behavior compliance for the purpose of creating a good image. Yes, this is horrific. I wish this went into the firstborn son stuff more. No, exactly. That's the problem, is that they just kicked this can down the road and said, now it's somebody else's problem. And then what a surprise, he turns out to be a person who's still happy to dehumanize and victimize people, which is disgusting. Yeah, it does kind of feel a little bit like Jim and Bobby are sort of like, you know, shielding themselves from accountability for belonging to the same group. Because again, the reality is that they were very much involved. Olivia, come here. Very much involved in this community. I don't know if you saw this the first time, but can you talk more about the stage of development that AMAB people are in at 12 and how much he understood regarding the gravity of what he's doing? I can. The thing I think that's important to recognize here is that in a lot of ways, the Duggar family's development was not normative, right? It's difficult to apply what we know about normative human development to this family because these parents did their damnedest to prevent, to hold back these kids' development from being normative, and also that they belong to this very culty religious environment that is obsessed with sex, right? They are preaching the virtues of purity at these children from the time that they're teeny, tiny, right? Like these little girls who are 4 and 5 are being told that they have to wear leggings underneath their little toddler dresses for fear of causing their brothers in Christ to stumble, which doesn't fucking hit the same after what we know took place. But they're only coming for, yeah, Days in Blue, exactly. That's the other thing that like sort of pushes my buttons, is that they could have blown the lid off of this, like, I don't know, in fucking 2005 or whatever, when they knew about this, but like they didn't, like, okay. But yeah, so it's difficult to apply what we know about normative development to this family because this family isn't normative. I think personally, yeah, Leo, exactly. Most 12-year-old boys know not to abuse their siblings. And also, to be clear, there is a world of nuance about this issue generally. And I think talking about Josh Duggar and this family specifically, it's important that we keep in mind that we're talking about Josh Duggar and this family specifically because, again, there is a whole host of nuance about this situation happening for people in their personal lives. I know, Daria. And so it just is, this is why it's like difficult sometimes to make content about specific topics on this channel because, I want to be aware that like platforming myself as a therapist means that sometimes people are going to try to take my advice as like speaking directly to their situation. And that can't be the case because this is the internet, you know, like I don't unfortunately know you guys. I can't speak to your specific situations. Maybe, but after hearing all that, it was supposedly having such a visceral reaction to the news. Apparently, they knew. Well, yeah, Christine, and that's the other thing too, is that ultimately Josh was a child who, yes, he was victimizing his siblings and being an abuser, but also his parents knew full well what the fuck he was doing, and they are the ones who made the choice to shield their child from accountability and to not protect their other children, which is fucked up. They're fucking grown-ups, and regardless of what Josh knew, they fucking knew, and they should have done something other than just call it a dumbed-down label and then try to hide it, because they enabled him to be an abuser for longer and to more people. Mark, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. I appreciate you. I'm back. Thank you, Mark. That was good timing. I appreciate you. Ooh, Holly Haunted. You got a gifted channel membership from Mark. Congratulations on being one of us now. Also, as a slight palate cleanser, all my fishies are doing super well. I got a few more. Ooh, we got a few more black skirt tetras. Oh my gosh, fun. Gemma Bell. Yes, exactly. And it happened over the course of years. This was very much like his parents enabling him to be abusive and harmful to people. Mark walked out of therapy just to gift another membership. King behavior. Absolutely. Ay, ay, ay. All right. We're at 41:43 and we're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
This is much bigger than the Duggars. There are a lot of other people.
All right, sorry, hold on. Melissa, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you. You're one of us now, my friend. Thanks for being here. Prevention is not about demonizing abusers after the fact. It's about recognizing. Yes, Christian, exactly. There's so much royalty in this chat. There is. There really is. Toon Picks, what the fuck are you doing? Like, get out of here, man. Like, literally, what are you saying? Time out for you. Okay. 41:47. We're pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
Who are doing the same thing who haven't been caught.
This isn't the first time I've heard about this happening within this IBLP community. I look at Bill Gothard himself and what he has been accused of.
Mm-hmm.
So much of the focus has been specifically on the Duggars and not on the Institute itself.
The Institute raises little predators.
We're all proud of these mothers and fathers who obeyed the Lord in bringing more sons and daughters into the world.
There's been so many people that have been hurt by this so-called ministry.
Yeah, this part's rough.
People look at Josh Duggar and they see a monster. But monsters are created.
At this point, you know, I've pretty much burned every bridge in my family just by being here, but whatever.
Being a homeschool kid, like, you can spot him a mile away.
Bill Gothard promised that his homeschool program would be the equivalent of a pre-law degree and a pre-medical degree.
We teach our children that evolution is totally unscientific.
When I first started watching the Duggars, everyone is very meek.
Obey mama, sit really still and look at me with big old smile.
But they don't show how you get to the calmness.
Oh,
Did you see your cousins being punished with rods?
The audacity of Jim Bob Duggar to say, I can bring a camera crew in here for years on end and nobody's gonna find out how we live.
Did you ever worry that the treatment didn't work?
No, Josh was a changed person.
A lot of abuse happened.
Fear was a huge component.
I would dream about being burned alive.
Bill Gothard taught that the creator of Cabbage Patch Dolls was a warlock.
This is what Gothard wants. This is what God wants.
Everything about that world sets you up to be the perfect victim.
I just hope and pray that this never happens to anyone else ever again.
Oh, poor Jill. Fuck. Oh my God. I anticipated that this is going to be heavy, you guys, but I am actually nauseous. Especially just with the arrest and everything that's happened to Josh. It stresses me the fuck out. Okay, my dog is making laps like she's gonna piss in my house, so I'm gonna take her out first. We will do a recap when I get back, and then we will watch episode 2. So it's 2:08 right now. I'll be back at like 2:15, 2:20-ish. Yes, Olivia, I know. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit. Hopefully my dog isn't on the floor. Be right back. Everybody. Oh my gosh, y'all are going off in the chat today in Discord. Loud noise warning. Sorry, I'm opening a can. We'll be moving between the cute animal channel on Discord and listening to this next episode. Excellent plan. Yeah, if you guys haven't joined the Patreon yet and you want to, highly recommend. The Discord is a great time. Vibes are immaculate. We have a channel that's called the Pets Hall of Fame that is literally just dedicated to pictures of people's pets, and it's very cute. Baby horse photos! Gemma Bell! Okay, hold on. Pets Hall of Fame. Oh, Gemma Bell! It's so cute. Look at that little baby horse. Oh, tiny horse. It's so cute. Love. See, this is what I'm talking about. The vibes. Off the charts. All right, hold on. Let me go back to the right channel. All right. All right, let's see. What are we talking about? Standardized testing? Yeah, standardized testing sucks. It also disproportionately disadvantages neurodivergent kids, kids who need specific academic support, and kids from marginalized groups. Basically standardized tests record how well white affluent students of privilege are retaining material. Doesn't really help anybody else. Yeah, the homeschooling thing is very interesting too, because it really should be something that's more regulated, because in some states there are very few hoops that you have to jump through to homeschool your kids, meaning that you can be a relatively uneducated or unprepared adult and homeschool your kids, which is just terrifying. I like how I took my dog Olivia outside because she was making little circles like she was gonna pee on the floor, and then I took her outside and she just wanted to play ball, so that was cool. Yes, Sly Koopa, exactly. Okay, so let's recap a little bit. The first episode that we watched was basically just an introduction to the Duggar family, who they are, what they believe in, how they became famous, and also talked about IBLP in an introductory way. Yes, hello. I unfortunately cannot take you outside to play ball, and also your dad already played with you. He told me before he left. He ratted on you for sure. I'd love to talk homeschooling with you sometime. Well, I mean, sure, why not? Yeah, Katie, that's fair. Standardized testing does suck, but like having some more up-to-date and more actually helpful guidelines about what's being taught in public school would be nice, honestly. Thank you, Faye. God, it gets worse. Yeah, I won't lie. Discussion about Josh specifically and the abuses that took place there. That's one of the few things that kind of turns my stomach a little. I have a bit of a hard time with that. So we might take extra breaks depending. Aaron, if you're in the chat, love you. Thank you for texting me. I will text you back in a bit. Okay, yeah, so Mackenzie, what the heck? Thank you for gifting 5 channel memberships. You're the realist. I appreciate you so much. Who got a membership? Hannah Banana, JMW, Rude Cat, and Blue Sky Clouds. Congratulations on your memberships. Also, hi Shanice, thanks for coming to the live. Glad you made it. Can someone please bring up the creepy book about sex and marriage? Oh, I'm sure they're going to talk about it, Midnight Muse. I feel like people have just talked that to death. But we can talk about it eventually, yes. Hi, all, I'm back. Hi, Mackenzie. Hell of an entrance. You and Mark both, huh? Okay, Allie, thank you. The most explicit descriptions are of the child abuse, the CSA, and the sexual harassments. Oof, yeah, we might have to take some breaks because that stuff just, it pushes my buttons, you know? Shanice, I want to talk about the queer ultimatum. I do. I promise I do. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but Aaron and I have a fun announcement that I can't tell you guys about. But we had to make some decisions about content and just like my bandwidth this month. So Vaguely Therapeutic is on a short little break until we get our announcement situated and finished, and then I can tell you guys about it. And then that will be back up. But doing 2 streams this month just felt like all too much. We do need an oof emoji, Jessica. Writing that down. Oof emote. Okay. But yeah, so for those of you who didn't make it for the first episode, basically all we've talked about up to this point is who the Duggars are, what IBLP is, who Bill Gothard is, and the very bastardized teachings that Bill Gothard promoted. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. And kind of set the stage for how everything went wrong. The end of the first episode was about the abuse that took place. Jill stood up for herself, which was excellent, and I'm glad that she told those producers to go fuck themselves. Not literally, but she just said she didn't want to talk about the stuff that's happened to her because she didn't want it to be made public in the first place, which is great. Oh yeah, we have a fucking yikes emote. I forgot about it. And yeah, we talked about the Pearl stuff and the way that briefly, they sort of previewed how draconian and terrible the abuse and discipline that the Duggars used is. We also, for the first time, like, I'm trying to think like stuff that's new if you are familiar with the Duggars. Jim and Bobby Holt, who are the parents of Kaylee Holt, who was Josh Duggar's like first girlfriend, admitted that basically Jim Bob was using their daughter as a carrot to get Josh to behave right, and that they weren't planning on disclosing Josh's abuse to Kaylee until after that they were already married, which is awful. Let's see. We also learned that I'm trying to think. I think that was like most of the new stuff. Jill talked a little bit more in detail about her childhood and what that was like. We learned a little bit more about Jim Bob and Michelle's upbringing as children. We talked about how Bill Gothard weaponizes people's trauma to coerce them into joining his cult, which is a very common cult recruitment tactic. Yes, I believe Fax left for work already. Yeah, Natasha, I feel that. Oh, I'm sorry, Monty Ollie. Well, first of all, can I have a source? Can somebody fact check that for me? Bobby recently filed a restraining order against Jim Holt. Is that true? Hold, please. Bobby Holt. Restraining order. That's interesting. Captain Quesadilla! Thanks for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you. You're one of us, my friend. That's incredible. Interesting. Bobby Holt and her. Okay, but what episode is it? Soap opera spy? Okay, can we get a regular news? Jim Holt's wife and son have both fired orders of protection against him. Okay, but this is Instagram though. Interesting. I can't find any like court documents or anything like that, but that's a very interesting allegation. Bobby and their youngest child. Huh. All right, that's interesting. Oh, Christine, thank you. Oh, I need to stop biting my nails. Yeah, issue. That's kind of what I found too. I'm curious about that. Thank you, Captain Quesadilla. That's so kind. I appreciate you. We'll put a link in Discord unless it works here. I don't think you can put a link in the YouTube chat. I think people have tried in the past and it ends up just getting filtered out by the auto mod. Never heard of a 10-year protection order. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. CG Bear Music. I'm not really sure. Okay. I think that is the gist. Let's go ahead and click to next episode. I know, Raspberry, same. All right, this shit is stressful, man. I love that you feel, well, yeah, Monty Ollie. I, especially just because this is live content, like if we're recording something and I'm like, let me check that, you know, then I can just edit it out later, but I don't want to say something and then for someone to click off and like, you know, leave with the impression that something I said that's untrue is true. So it's thank you, Christine. Case info, open link. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Well, no, okay. All right, I guess we're doing that then. Congratulations to everyone on Discord who can see this court document. Wow, yeah, they really did. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Duly noted. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate it. So yeah, that seems to be factually true. Make sure you have live chat on. Thank you, Mackenzie. I appreciate you. Everyone bring your seats to the upright position. 100%, Lucy. All right, let's go. We are going to watch episode 2 now. This episode is 51 minutes, so let's all buckle in. That's that. Let's go ahead and start this episode. We're going to press play in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, Midnight Muse. Nice. Thanks for coming. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, big trigger warning.
A bombshell as a dark family secret explodes out into the open.
Josh Duggar, the family's eldest, was accused of repeatedly molesting 5 underage girls.
Some of them include his own siblings.
Trooper Joseph Hutchins gave Josh a very stern talk. Hutchins, by the way, is now serving 56 years in prison for child pornography.
It's hard to sweep this under the rug. I mean, a lot of people are feeling, hey, they weren't being really truthful to us.
I honestly, she called me crying whenever all this came up. No one knew any of this. We were engaged and I had no idea that this had happened.
When I learned of what happened with my nieces, I broke down and cried. And I couldn't even be there for them because it was hush-hush and nobody told me the truth.
My dad and like the producers and people, they would talk about it. There was an urgency to figure out how the show was gonna be handled in the wake of 2015 events. As far as recovery and damage control, you just feel like the burden and the weight falls on you to like help. Because you're the only one who can.
That's awful. Hold on, pause. This just speaks to the degree to which all of the women in this family, but probably especially the eldest sisters, were parentified. That she, I know, and also released Jill from this fucking interview, poor thing. That she really felt an obligation and a responsibility to help preserve her family's reputation, not to preserve her own safety, not to show up for herself, or even to like ease her parents' emotional discomfort, but to sacrifice her own well-being, her own nervous system, her own feeling of safety to preserve the family's reputation so that they could maintain their fucking TV show. Ooh. Ugh, so much shade. All of the fucking judgment for Jim, Bob, and Michelle. Okay. 139. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Gemma Bell, yes. I don't want to ruin his reputation. You might ruin his life.
Tonight, for the very first time, the family that became famous for their conservative Christian values and their 19 children speak out. Take us back to 2002. How did you first learn that there was a problem with Josh?
He was just curious about girls, and he had gone in and just basically touched them over their clothes while they were asleep, and they didn't even know he had done it. And so
I don't remember that's the way that happened. He wasn't really honest totally in that interview. And that thing about sending Josh to an IBLP facility wasn't true.
Did you ever worry that the treatment didn't work, especially with so many young children in the house?
No, Mackenzie, there.
No. Josh was a changed person.
Even after that, me and Jessup just felt the weight of it, like, fall on us.
In moments, a preview of what is sure to be the big story the sisters, two of them, who identify themselves as Josh's victims for the first time.
After the Megyn Kelly show came out, there was a huge leak at the Ashley Madison website.
Another bombshell. Former reality show star Josh Duggar again facing public embarrassment after being outed on Ashley Madison, a site known for matching up married cheaters.
I guess you've read about it in the newspapers or seen it on TV, but we've gone through a lot of trials.
It could have all been taken care of in a different way if my brother had just woke up and realized he needed to help his son.
I don't think I need to talk to Josh. I'm gonna talk to our Heavenly Father.
Now, porn star Danica Dillon details her alleged sex with Josh Duggar.
Though it was consensual, it more or less felt like I was being raped.
She had sex with Duggar while his wife was pregnant. He had paid her thousands to remain quiet.
The Duggar family is not a bizarre fascination. It is a horrifying glimpse of a story that was told over and over and over again in so many different families.
It stirred something in a lot of people, and they finally kind of got that magnifying glass out going, wait, what is this? What's really, really going on?
Okay. So, what's it like sitting here?
Surreal.
Yeah, that's definitely the word.
I'm glad that they included survivors in this. It feels important.
This is a lot more than like TikTok selfies.
At this point, you know, I've pretty much burned every bridge in my family just by being here, but whatever.
My friend kind of gave me this really wise advice, and he was like, you need to step boldly into this moment because this is the sacred space that you manifested years ago when you said that this needs to stop and people need to know what really happened. And so I'm trying to just...
I can't imagine.
So back
how
when the Duggars
overwhelming
first
this must feel
were on
for them.
TLC, I was so weirded out. No. This is not, I don't need to watch this because I've lived it. I was introduced to the world of Bill Gothard when I was 8 years old. It started actually with my parents attending IBLP seminars. So I was taken out of school. I knew what public school structure was, and this idea of sitting in the basement with my two brothers with milk cartons and some plywood for desks, I was like, what is this honky-tonk situation going on here?
The Duggars, they spoke at IBLP conferences long before I ever heard of them on television. When they gained some popularity there, I was shocked, dismayed.
My parents decided to homeschool. I know that they wanted to have a hand in what kind of education we got. When we first met, when he said he was homeschooled, you could have knocked me over. I'm like, oh, then he definitely understands why I'm such a weirdo. Being a homeschool kid, like you can spot them a mile away. You just, like, they were homeschooled.
We started homeschooling when I was in 2nd grade. One of the things that I noticed when I first started watching the Duggars, everyone is very meek and mild. Had you put a video camera on my family as children, you would have seen us the same way.
I was the first fully homeschooled child in our family.
You really weren't supposed to watch TV in the IBLP, and we certainly didn't most of the time. If you did have a TV, it was supposed to be hooked up just to a VCR, and you would only watch things that were approved by IBLP or produced by them.
Right, but it's not a cult at all.
And I hope that the time we spend together through these gospel piano lessons.
And to be quite honest, it was very boring.
Yeah.
My parents lived in the backwoods of Walker County, Alabama. There were very few options for them. You either worked in a coal mine, you worked at a steel mill, or you just starved. When my dad had the opportunity to become a pastor, especially in a movement that was supposed to stand up in the last days, well, yes, of course he went for it. I mean, it beats working in a steel mill.
My background, well, I grew up in Michigan. I became directly involved with IBLP as a new mom. They were looking for new families to bring into IBLP way of thinking. I was a young wife looking for somebody to teach me. I'm sure the Duggars had mentors too that taught them how they should be doing these things.
I never went to public school at all. I was homeschooled from day one. My mother's childhood was very, very traumatic. A lot of abuse happened. IBLP offered her solace and promised her peace and a safe space.
Yeah, this is the thing that sticks out over and over again. We're going to pause really quick because we're at 8 minutes, 21 seconds. But this is the thing that is becoming evident as these survivors talk about this, and as Jim, Bob, and Michelle and Jim and Bobby Holt have like details of their childhood hashed out. It seems like this is the blueprint for IBLP, is manipulating people who are survivors of trauma and abuse and like destabilization in childhood. They offer them this peace and safety, like she was saying, and Jill talked about it earlier, like the community, the fun, the connection. Yes, Midnight Muse, very much that. They offer them this safe container to fix all of their problems, right? This is why it's so fucking dangerous for abuse and trauma and mental illness to not be talked about openly and honestly, is that it creates this feeling that not only am I like, you know, uniquely fucked up in suffering with this issue, but surely I could never seek community or support around this issue anywhere other than this very isolated, this very insular community. And it shoves people further and further into the confines of this. I mean, it's a cult, let's be honest. Yes, Natasha. Always the religious cults that produce predators, yet they, always projection. Everything that people like Bill Gothard say seems to be a projection of their own abusive behavior. They seek out traumatized people. Yeah, no, exactly, Captain Quesadilla. And I think it's again, it's just important to talk about how like societally our discomfort with addressing and talking about and normalizing abuse and trauma and like mental illness also sets up this like it sets people up for failure. Because if we feel like we can't talk about it, we feel like it's wrong or bad or embarrassing to talk about it, then when someone tells all of these traumatized people, don't worry about it, like we can sort of talk about it a little bit. But mostly we're just going to offer you the solution to fix it so that you never suffer with this thing that's bringing you a lot of shame ever again. It's very appealing, right? It's very seductive being told that not only can I fix all of your problems, but also that there is a strict regimented A, B, C, 1, 2, 3 way to avoid this ever happening to you again. Of course, people feel a draw towards that when they've experienced so much trauma. Yeah, this is fucked up. All right, we're at 8:21, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And she bought all in. She had been going to Bill Gothard seminars from the time the basic seminar became a thing.
Bill Gothard was traveling around, playing to huge coliseums of
pride,
people,
everybody.
and he's doing one every single week.
IBLP spread through my church when I was a kid. The Gothard market is churched people. They were to leave their seminar, go back to their home churches, be influences for that program. And it caught on. It spread through the Southern Baptist churches. It was also spreading in the national scene.
We typically think of a cult as having a commune or having kind of this, centered it's geographic location. Gothard didn't have that.
Bill Gothard's not a pastor. There was no specific church.
His teachings became the means with which he exerted control over his followers.
No,
every one of us has umbrellas of protection. If we get out from under that umbrella, we expose ourselves to the realm and the power of Satan's control.
Bill Gothard's main thrust was authority, authority, authority.
God creates an umbrella of authority over us. The kids obey the parents obey the pastor obeys Bill Gothard, and I guess Bill Gothard talks to God himself. You must always obey your chain of command, and that included wives obeying their husbands. If you're under your umbrella of authority, nothing bad can happen to you.
Fuck those umbrellas, for real.
Gothard's whole vibe was that he was like the good authority. It's like, look, authority's not so bad. Look how reasonable it is. Look how calm I am. Look at how much sense this makes.
Just really quickly, I want to talk about the like calmness thing too, because I think people will look at people like Michelle and the Duggar family and be like, how could they be abusive? They were so calm all the time, unless they were like screaming at their kids behind the scenes, right? Like, this isn't abusive, and that's not true. If anything, I think this makes it a little bit scarier, because the way that they've abused and neglected their children doesn't look like this media caricature of abuse, and it can be difficult for survivors of that abuse to then label it that way, because there's this hesitation of like, well, it's not really abuse, right? Like, they didn't throw stuff, they didn't yell at me, they didn't, you know, like treat me the way that typical abusers do in, you know, like popular media and whatever. And so like, aren't I being a little bit dramatic? And like, no, I just want to be super clear for anybody who's survived something similar. Just because someone's not yelling, just because someone's not throwing stuff or being violent or physically intimidating doesn't mean that they're not being abusive. Abuse can look lots of different ways, and the way that these people treated their kids is like very much abusive and neglectful. Yes, Days in Blue. A verse is often way more covert than that. And also this can make it harder for victims of that abuse to heal later, because we have to overcome our own shame and like the gaslighting of ourselves before we can then heal from the abuse. So it prolongs the timeline that someone has to do this healing work and like this unlearning work in therapy, which is just really, really fucking difficult. My old therapist told me that emotional abuse is almost worse because you don't know that it's necessarily happening. Yes, Mark, 100% that. And that's why I'm saying like we have to overcome that hurdle of being able to label it as abused first before we can even start the unpacking and processing work that's to be done there. Jeanette McCurdy talks about this in her book also, that she actually quit going to therapy the first time that someone told her what your mom was doing was abusive, because she was like, I can't deal with that, right? Like, I am overwhelmed and dismayed by that realization, and so I quit. And this is very common. Like, this happens a lot. It is okay for people to have a hard time working through that and to like sit with that realization. I just want to encourage people to you know, give yourself the space if this is something that you're resonating with, because it's, first of all, work that can very much be done in therapy, but it's also more common than you think. Yeah, DBT. God bless DBT. Yeah, the umbrella thing is awful. Because also too, it sends this message that no harm will befall you as long as you're following the rules, right? And I think that's also why people like Jill are so apt for deconstruction, is because she did, right? Like, Jill was the picture of following the rules, being the obedient child. She did all of the things that her parents told her to, at least as far as we're aware, and still she was traumatized and abused, and this creates a lot of confusion and discomfort for folks, right? Like, I did the thing, I did it, why am I not safe? And this is why the prosperity gospel is so fucking harmful, because sometimes bad things happen to good people and it's not their fucking fault. Yeah, general trigger warning for physical abuse also. Thank you, Allie. I think this episode's probably going to be pretty rough, so feel free to tap out at any time, my friends. Please take care of yourselves. Okay, we're at 10:16, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I am thrilled to be able to say that we can present to your sons and ours the whole world on a golden platter.
What Gothard was selling was sort of this mythical idea of returning to a time in which things were better, but better for who? You know, it wasn't better for the women who were being abused by their husbands and it wasn't getting reported. It wasn't better for black people who didn't have the same rights as white people. It really was better for white Protestants, is what was meant by that.
Yeah, Yeah, Mary, exactly.
Negroes made inroads towards integration of schools in the Deep South.
With Brown versus the Board of Education, 1954, the government starts insisting on the desegregation of schools.
For 2 days, white crowds gathered at the school.
White evangelical Christians are saying we don't want our kids to be a part of the public school system anymore. A part of the homeschooling movement is a response to that.
Those people are probably still alive today.
What made Gothard so effective is that he was able to realize that there was a way to dovetail all these things he's teaching that would also capture the momentum of people who are wanting to say, like, I want to take back control over their kids' education. Out of that, the Advanced Training Institute is born. In 1984, Bill Gothard launches the Advanced Training Institute, a homeschool curriculum.
ATI can be interchangeable sometimes with IBLP. The people inside of that program will refer to it both ways.
We were part of ATI from as early as I can remember. We liked to go to the ATI conferences. At the time, they only had one conference a year. People who were in ATI, I felt like, were very concerned about any kind of public education for their kids because their kids would get brainwashed, which is true, like that those things can happen.
Well, the purpose of the Advanced Training Institute is
Jill?
to train up young men and women to become leaders of the next century. Young people need a role model, someone to look up to.
20 years ago, 102 families gathered together in the North Woods and began ATI. For 10 years, we met to write the material, 3,000 pages of the wisdom booklets.
The wisdom booklets, the fundamental building blocks of our entire education. Learning to see life from God's perspective, because who needs an actual academic education when you've got wisdom booklets? There were 54 wisdom booklets. There were categories within the wisdom booklet, and so each week you would focus on one category.
At the end of the year, you start over.
That was an entire grade.
In our wisdom booklet on page 20,
I deeply am sorrowful for anyone who only had this material as an education, because it is no such thing.
We went to a conference and we heard about homeschooling. And then we met several families that homeschooled, and we saw how mature the children were, and we thought, we really want those character qualities in our children's lives.
We definitely read the wisdom booklets. I do remember the character qualities.
orderliness, persuasiveness,
oh God,
obedience.
We would memorize their definitions.
The entire curriculum, of course, is based on the Sermon on the Mount. They would take a passage and they would purport to teach us everything that we needed to know academically just from that passage.
Bill Gothard promised that his homeschool program would be the equivalent of a high school diploma with a pre-law degree and a pre-medical degree, like 2 bachelor's degrees. Sign up for the wisdom booklets.
We teach our children that evolution is something that a lot of people are teaching, but yet it's totally unscientific.
You can see how the earth was formed, and with the flood and all of the things that science really backs up what scripture says.
Can I just tell you?
Ideology.
Oops. Pause. I went to the fucking Creation Museum in, like, I think it was 2021, 2 years ago. I don't know. A hot minute ago. And it's like a fever dream. Like, the shit that they have in there is not just like, oh, we think, you know, like, evolution's not quite right. Like, it literally is a fever dream. The things that Ken Ham has put together are just wild. It's just crazy to me, because obviously when I went, it was like for the memes, you know, like we went as a joke, and for Jen to make content, and it like is a little bit funny on its face when you first start looking around, but it like pretty quickly makes you really sad and depressed. I think I have a vlog of it up on the Patreon somewhere. Just how committed these people are to the fact that this is true. Like the exhibits, little dioramas that they have are so, yeah, famous. Jen and me and Aaron and Jen and James and Mary from Faith Evolving and Mary's partner. But I was just like blown away by some of the dioramas and stuff that they had in there, because it's so far removed from reality that it feels like a joke. But for the Duggars to be going and like subjecting their kids to this like also very violent imagery, by the way, about the way that the world was formed and sin and all of this awful stuff, and for that to just be like an integral part of their education blows my fucking mind. Like the idea, there were children when we went there that were just like absorbing this all as like factual, and it was just, like I said, it's like funny at first, but then very quickly it becomes upsetting and sad and scary. Yeah. Oh, yes, Natasha. Literally in the Ark experience, they have these fake cages that they say are how Noah and his family contained and fed dinosaurs. There's literally a plaque on the wall that says, you know, well, what about during the flood? What about like saltwater versus freshwater animals? And they literally just were like, oh, the ocean separated into 2 layers. So the freshwater stuff stayed in their layer, and the saltwater stayed in the other layer. Yes, it is almost like an SNL skit, Mary, except that it's real. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's funny at first, and then it is like, it's not funny anymore. Yeah, somehow every scientific fact, all of it is wrong. That's the position that Ken Ham has taken. The fanfic of Noah's... yeah, Jezebel it is. Have I been calling you Jemabel this whole time and your name is Jemzabel? Why did you not correct me? Well, think about how you were raised in a group and you're like, yes, I know. Oh, you just changed it? Okay, great. I was like, listen, I know I read stuff wrong, but oh my God. Yes, Captain Quesadilla. Yeah, someone was killed for you being so bad. Exactly. Yeah, that's like the line for coercing your children into being obedient. This is why I love Gutsit Gibbon. They can't come up with the slightest explanation for how humans and chimps are not the same kind, but all big cat. Oh, that's it. I don't know who that is. I don't think I'm familiar with that. Jemsabel. Okay. I went to the Creation Museum a few times growing up. It was wild. Yes. Yeah. And it reinforced. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so disheartening. Okay, we're at 1440, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
They were not being very well educated, and that it was largely by design, right? You're not going to teach the kids about dangerous ideas that exist outside the family's ideology.
A lot of what they taught was just conjecture from Bill Gothard and from the other authors that he brought in to write his books.
Fossils did not accumulate over millions of years. They were all formed simultaneously in one great flood.
That's literally not how it works.
Just complete, utter, made-up nonsense.
Hands are composed of non-living atoms.
I have a friend of mine who was in ATI, and she said that she never learned math outside of fractions because her dad said, well, you use fractions in baking, and that's good enough.
Through the wisdom booklets, through all the other ATI materials, and every seminar that we went to, more and more of my freedoms and my rights were getting taken away from me. What I could wear, what I could watch, what I could listen to. It really became a world of all the things I couldn't do.
When a young person listens to a rock song, even a Christian rock, they give Satan a little square in their soul.
The characteristic offbeat in today's rock music has been traced to the satanic rituals in the jungles of West Africa.
That's so racist. Oh my God. This also too is, I think, just an important moment to pause and talk about how people will say, I don't understand why we're bringing race into this conversation, because they brought it into this conversation, because these teachings are inherently racist. We can't disentangle the two from one another. The things that they teach these children are founded in racism and anti-blackness, and it's wild that this is just like not being talked about. It blows my mind. Yes. Okay, we're at 1557, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Gothard had all these crazy rules. He was just kind of this Wizard of Oz like head looming over the whole audience, being like, God thinks you should homeschool your children, and the rock beat is evil. Oh, I threw away all of my evil Amy Grant CDs.
Oh my God, that's gonna get copyrighted. Fuck.
The game of life. You could not have the game of life. There was not enough seats in that car to fill your quiver. They had their own games. This is the Commands of Christ board game, which is super fun and traumatic. Here you have the venomous pit of bitterness, the torture pit of temporal values, and then the miry pit of moral impurity. There's temptation to be bitter, and then temptation to lust, temptation to worry. Temptation to worry. How do you not worry about that? They set you up for failure.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Piglet. If it is a good afternoon.
Some people couldn't have Winnie the Pooh.
Why?
Because you are glorified depression. And
Everything.
Barbie dolls were just harlots.
I've asked Jill about the Cabbage Patch thing, and I don't remember if I fully understood.
I don't know if I fully ever understood. We never allowed to have them, so.
Bill Gothard taught that Xavier Roberts, the creator of Cabbage Patch Dolls, was a warlock. Every Cabbage Patch doll comes off of the factory line. He curses it with a demon.
I remember going to conferences and coming home and feeling so afraid.
Danny, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Skatey, is it Skatey? Scatty? I don't know if I saw your answer to that earlier. But congratulations on being one of us. I can't imagine not giving a Winnie the Pooh. Like a lot of the stuff that they demonize. I will never get that clip out of my head of one of the small Duggar kids doing a little dancey dance when there was a toy with music that got turned on in a thrift store, and Jim Bob immediately grabbed that little kid and was like, rock and roll. Well, yes, hi bye. Yeah, for sure. Rock and roll is very much stolen from Black people. Yes, Elvis literally stole everything. But it's not linked to satanic rituals from West Africa. That's not true. Monty Ollie, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm so sorry. You might get copyright claimed on that. That's okay. Thank you, Monty. I appreciate you. Danny with the $2. I always knew that Cabbage Patch were demonic. I mean, to be fair, their eyes are a little creepy. So clearly it's a demon. Thank you so much for the super chats, guys. I appreciate y'all. I know. You are such a mood. All right. 1743. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
This stuffed animal has a tag on it that says the word magic. I'm bringing evil into my family's home. Yeah.
And lived happily ever after.
All right, hold on. This is ridiculous. I do also want to talk about this because the woman who showed us the board games with the red hair, I don't remember her name, talked about how they set you up for failure. And I do just want to address this really quickly because this is another common cult manipulation tactic where they weaponize your psychology against you. If I say right now, don't think about skydiving, everybody in the chat all of a sudden is thinking about skydiving. This is the way that our brain works. When someone tells you don't X, Y, or Z, it's impossible for our brain to not draw that up. Birdie, thank you so much for the $1.99. Gracias for walking us through all of this. Absolutely, Birdie. Thank you for being here. But so what they do is weaponize this against you by saying, don't worry about worry, or it's sinful to worry about sin, right? And then, of course, because your brain does the thing that it is just hardwired to do, you then worry. And then because they tell you in this environment, but that's shameful, then you start to shame yourself. And this is where we create this circular thing where people, because they're constantly immersed in this environment that creates anxiety, that creates shame, they're then told this is sinful, which creates more anxiety and creates more shame, which teaches and reinforces this message that I am inherently bad and I need Bill Gothard to be close to God. Otherwise, I will get my whole family killed, go straight to hell, I'm going to get my house lit on fire, all these terrible things. I know Echelon's being really sweet. And so they weaponize the way that your brain works against you. And it is so manipulative. And it also is much worse when they do this to children because they have no faculty to understand that this is what's going on. Ooh, Christy, you are a skydiver. That's so cool. Yes, they vilify something, then hyper-focus on it, kind of like purity culture. Exactly like purity culture. Yes, exactly that. I watched a video where Thomas Sanders talked about that. I don't know who Thomas Sanders is, but I'm glad that there are other people talking about this because we need to talk about it more. All right, we're at 7:54. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, girls, Let's go to bed.
This is so fake. This is
Good
literally
night,
so
girls.
fucking made up.
I love you.
The way that my aunt is so soft-spoken, meek and mild, and just really quiet spirit.
Greg.
And then stop.
The voice is a very intentional trained thing. It's part of what we...
Hold on. We're rewinding.
Soft-spoken, meek and mild, and just really quiet spirit.
Oh, it drives me
And
nuts.
then stop.
The voice is a very intentional trained thing. It's part of what we were instructed to do.
She infantilizes herself on purpose.
She used to be a cheerleader. I know the woman can yell, and she does not yell anymore.
Listen, the first time I say it, what is it? You obey it.
They want young, innocent.
This is literally indoctrination.
Sweet girls, not women.
My parents wanted all the girls to wear dresses like all the time.
We've got pilgrim collars going on, big pilgrim collars, and big skirts.
Our goal is to draw attention to our countenance, and that helps us to decide what things we wear.
You had to wear your hair a certain way to frame your face.
At one point, Bill Gothard, he took me aside because he seemed frustrated that my hair wasn't curly enough, that it needed more godly oomph.
My dad likes long hair, and so we've tried to keep our hair long.
I would curl my hair ad nauseum. I felt that I had to do this all the time.
We're going to be talking about clothing. Why is this such an area of contention? The problem is that men have a problem with their eyes. The solution is to avoid eye traps.
Oh,
the
God.
shorter the skirt, the more vicious the trap.
See, this is what I'm talking about, where we demonize women just existing with this language, like referring to it as vicious, and we're assigning an ill intent to people just existing. No, literally, MC. Also worth noting is this, oh, I just lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. I got distracted by the chat. Really picky. Also worth noting, this is the same thing that's happened in FLDS, where people have talked about how there's like a very specific way to do your hair, right? It's this like big poofy thing. If there is a group that seems particularly committed or is just outright dictating ways that you dress, that you look, that you speak, that you appear, red flag. Many red flags. Time to start talking to your safe people about what the fuck is going on in there, because that's not a good sign. Yes, no, literally, Metamorph Forest. Mark with the 5 memberships. So what the heck? Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to our friends in the chat who are now one of us. Allison. Okay, let's see. Allison Bennett, JR, Orion Rain, NB, and Pterodactyl Pie. Pterodactyl, I didn't even see you in here. And Christy Clevenger. Hell yeah. Welcome to the channel memberships, my friends. You are one of us. Growing breasts, devil spawn. Yeah, 100%. That's the attitude. Evangelicals are notorious for appearance grooming practices. Yes, they are. Hi, bye. Which is also why people like Girl Define and Paul and Morgan, who promote the purity culture thing and the like modesty things, are just as problematic, because it sends the same message that you just existing is of the devil, is bad, be ashamed, and that's inherently predatory. Okay, we're at 1947. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
In the wisdom booklet, there's these drawings of women, and they're wearing various different outfits.
Can you identify the eye traps in these pictures?
Oh my God. Mackenzie, thank you so much for gifting another channel membership. Erica, hell yeah, welcome to the channel members. Really quick, the other thing I wanted to talk about here in context with the abuse that's rampant in these communities is this rhetoric that men have a problem with their eyes, right? Because it excuses them of the accountability of being shitty fucking people. Natasha, thank you so much for your $4. I didn't see a message, I guess, but thank you, Natasha. If you have something to say or you want to say anything, feel free to put it in the chat. I'll look for it. I appreciate you guys so much for leaving me donations. Oh my gosh, Mackenzie. Or not donations, super chats. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships, Mackenzie. Going off. Let's see. Erica Place, Birdie, M. Spiro, Claire, Carly with an I, and Danny Nouveau Witch. Hell yeah. Welcome to the channel memberships. You're one of us, my friends. Thanks for coming, everybody. I know so many gifted memberships. I'm living for it. What was I saying? Oh, but yes, I think this is just important to talk about because somebody asked the question earlier too about like to what degree is a 12-year-old person aware of what they're doing. This doesn't excuse anybody of responsibility, but I do think this enables people who are abusers and who do have malicious intent to write off their abusive actions, because within this culture it's normalized that men are abusive, that women should just shut their mouths about being abused because in order to be a godly woman, that's what you do. That's a fucking problem. And I think also just an important thing to acknowledge about this community, because when people ask these questions about like, how could this happen? Literally, this is how, because we've normalized it to such a high degree that people don't even notice anymore. Danny with the channel membership. Thank you so much for gifting our friend Katie a channel membership. Katie, you're one of us, my friend. Welcome. And all his brothers looking at Josh like, what the fuck is, yeah, I love the group in this chat. Me too, Lucy. All right, we're at 1959. We're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
The assignment is to figure out what's slutty about each woman's outfit. And so you circle, oh, it's the lace right here. Oh, it's the mid-calf length skirt. Instead of learning math, you're learning slut shaming.
What is Joy doing right now?
She's covering up the immodest dress.
If we're walking past a girl that is immodestly dressed, they'll call out Nike, and all the boys will immediately put their heads down and just walk past.
The winking eye. Those who fall to her whoredom are stripped of resources and vibrancy of life.
Wow.
You are on display for everyone.
Mackenzie, what the fuck? 10 channel memberships. Thank you. God damn. Not the calf. I know, Gabby. Mackenzie, thank you. Look at all of these people who have channel memberships now. Hell yeah. If you were gifted a channel membership, don't forget to say thank you. But Mackenzie, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome to the channel memberships, my new friends. All right, 2049. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You could be a trap for anyone. So if the pastor is molesting you, it's probably because he's attracted to the young woman you're becoming, and it's your fault for seducing him.
You see?
Don't have older brothers change girl babies, because if you have an older brother change a girl baby, like, he'll know what female anatomy looks like and he'll be tempted to touch it.
Oh my God.
There's a very prepubescent sexual subtext that I think runs throughout Gothard's teachings, and I think runs throughout the wisdom
normative development.
booklet.
Fornicator, lust, lechery, perversion, pubic louse.
It's almost as if there's this fear of burgeoning sexuality, and so it must be completely repressed, controlled, ignored, and refused at all costs.
Nakedness brings shame. Oh my God. Can we talk about all of the things that are listed in this booklet, but then the expectation is that immediately after you get married, you're supposed to be the beacon of sexuality for your husband. Otherwise, he'll cheat on you and run away, and it's your fault. Literally, hello? What the fuck? Ugh. Jamabelle. Why is that the expectation? I don't know. Days in Blue. That's a good question. Yeah, this is rough, you guys. All right, we're at 2140. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
We feeds into a hypersexuality.
Adulterer, prostitution, homosexuality, incest.
Don't think about your sister's boobs. What are you gonna do? Think about your sister's boobs?
You see?
The one who made pornography popular in America has done more damage in America than 100 Hitlers.
Well, a lot of these newspaper inserts are pornography.
Romance novels are like pornography.
We said, you know what, kids, we think there's a lot of things in our home,
everything
DVDs and all kinds of, books and all kinds of stuff that we don't feel like are pleasing the Lord. And so would you guys help us?
So my family had a huge bonfire where they burned everything Disney.
and everything, literally everything that was worldly.
I've heard of Bill Gothard being personally asked to cleanse people's houses for them. That meant going room to room, praying that any demonic influence that had ever been in there would be cleansed by the power of Jesus Christ.
If we allow a hole in our umbrella, Satan will come in and will attack our family.
It was guaranteed destruction, you know, or something like that. And so as like a young imaginative kid, I'm like, oh my God, you know, I'm gonna be destroyed.
Fear was a huge component of what they pushed through the seminar and through the materials.
In IBLP,
Hello?
You're at high alert all the time, digging into everything, making sure you're not doing or thinking or feeling anything that's going to get you sent to hell. And hell was very vivid for us. It was not an abstract concept.
This is so
I would
abusive.
dream about being burned alive because I had thought, ugh, I really hate my brother today. And I thought, oh no, going to hell again.
I realized at a young age that I was a sinner. I've done so many bad deeds. I've sinned against God, and I cannot save myself from my sins.
Within this community, critical thinking is turned on yourself. So you end up kind of cannibalizing your self-confidence with overanalyzing, am I doing it right, rather than criticizing the system as a whole. If you are so preoccupied with self-examination, you're not gonna have enough energy to challenge the system itself.
Or even like the awareness that challenging the system is something that you could do. I'm so glad that she talked about that, because this is another manipulation tactic that exists in cults, where we are policing your thoughts and your emotions and your feelings, but we're also causing you to be so preoccupied with your own self and so filled with this own sense of shame about yourself that you don't even have the time or energy or the wherewithal, the awareness to recognize that what we're doing to you is shitty. And I thought being raised in the Church of Christ was traumatic. To be fair, trauma is subjective. We don't have to experience the most traumatizing thing in order to be valid in our trauma. But yeah, this is pretty top tier trauma. Very strategically designed to keep everyone down and in place. Yes, JR, exactly. Oh, it's so frustrating. Okay, we're at 24:36. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
The man has his role, and the woman has her role, and everyone will just be happy if they stick to those two things.
Every single one of us will see life through our particular spiritual gift.
You were taught you had a spiritual gift, and you were supposed to determine what your spiritual gift was, and that spiritual gift was to be used for the ministry.
Really and truly, like, everyone's a prophet or a mercy. It's kind of a funny, like, little typecasting. And prophets have carte blanche to be as big a jerks as they want, and mercies are just supposed to take it. And then, of course, all the men are prophets, and all the women are mercies.
The gift of mercy. They have an amazing capacity to share the burdens of others. They take them up, they assume them, they just kind of collect burdens.
Echelon is donut mode.
Do you remember what your spiritual gift was?
Yes, mercy giver.
The older ones must be trained, because the older ones take care of the younger ones.
In my family,
that's not normal.
Usually, like, the older kids help take care of the younger kids. We had buddy pairs, and I had like a buddy team.
There's a lot of parentification in the Quiverful movement. Just the sheer number of children, it is impossible to parent all of them, and they usually have the older children, the daughters, take care of the younger kids.
I think my experience of parentification is like still one of my biggest traumas from this world that I'm still working through. My upbringing really looked a lot like the early years of the Duggars. I grew up in a quiverful family. I'm the oldest of 9. I helped raise
so many kids.
Approximately 5 of my younger siblings. I was my sibling, surrogate mom. I had like been at the birth and like done night duty and done feedings, and I was so tired all the time.
That's not
when
normal.
the baby is born, it's my buddy until it's weaned. And then from there, it goes to the other buddy, whoever's turn it is to get a buddy.
To a child who's 11 years old raising a baby, and they just saw on TV, it touted as the buddy system. And nobody said, is anybody checking to see if that 11-year-old had some needs? That maybe she shouldn't have the baby in the bed with her? That maybe she needs school? I cannot emphasize enough how hurtful that is.
Smiles have a pleasant look on your face. You don't look like you're mad or something.
When I was watching the Duggars, the attitudes of the children are what I noticed right off the bat. My heart broke for them because they were so calm and they were so peaceful and well behaved, and I knew what it took to get there.
Thank you. If I had someone who would loan me a little boy, I would show you how to spank a boy and bless him at the same time right now.
Oh my God.
You got one coming? Well,
Ew, no.
Bring him on up here.
What parent volunteered their
What's your
child
name?
for this?
Jason. Wow, that's a fine name. Well, Jason, I'm going to pretend that I'm your dad for a moment,
No,
okay?
no.
I
Oh
wanna
my
tell
God.
you, Jason, you know that Dad is not pleased with the way you've acted today. And you know it's wrong, right? And so I'm going to spank you. So lean over here right now. Jason, you're a fine boy. You're going to grow up to be an outstanding man. God's hand is on your life, son.
We're laughing.
Now, okay, let's see. You understand? Did you understand now? Okay, well, give Daddy a hug.
No. Oh my God.
I don't think you put yourself into that hug, son. So let's spank a little more. Let's see if we can get a good hug out of this. Let's see.
That's not
give
funny.
Daddy a hug. Boy, oh, wow.
Okay, I would just like to talk about how fucking horrifying this is, especially within a community that shields and harbors child predators, that this adult man has positioned himself in a place of authority to touch the body of a small child who he doesn't know, and to then shame him into allowing him to be physically contacted more. This is horrifying. Horrifying. And the audience is laughing. Well, yeah, issue, like, yes, like, thankfully they didn't actually hit the shit out of this fucking kid, but, like, this is still fucking awful because this man just gave himself carte blanche to touch the private body parts of a small child, and their parents fucking signed him up for it. What? Oh, yeah, and in front of a tire, and then when he didn't hug him enough, he wants to touch his butt more. Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Oh, I know, Danny, yes. But, Target having Pride merch is what's indoctrinating our children, for sure. Okay. All right, we're at 28:45, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
They believed in physical punishment for nearly everything. It was a fear-based tactic, and it was very effective. In my family, my mom was my primary abuser. She would scream at us, she would threaten us, she would beat us mercilessly. At one point, she beat me for an entire hour in a church bathroom in an effort to break my will, as she said.
Oh my God.
Family friend happened to be there when the incident occurred, and she said, "Oh yes," and the whole time I was saying, "Please stop hurting that sweet boy," and Mom said, "Yes, but I had to break his will." This was treated as a funny family story. Everybody laughed except me.
I'm not going to let you disobey. What you need to do is honor. And so
having a voice about what you think and how you feel, and being able to voice and say no about things was stifled and not encouraged in the IBLP setting, in my family.
The show is basically saying perfect angel children exist. But I didn't see calm, happy children. I saw broken spirits.
it is so sweet. It goes into all areas of their life. And so the guys will help me bring this next one up. Say it again.
And disobedient to initial prompting of God's parent.
Our
eighth-born just resisted every bit of training I tried to give him. And when he was about 14 months old, I just didn't know what to do with him. And he was really shaming his mother. And I would spank that child all day long. And
all children, if they were following the Institute's guidelines, you're spanked until you stop crying, which could be hours. In the Institute, Michael and Debbie Pearl's book, To Train Up a Child, was the endorsed book by Gothard.
If that child is going to have authority, mother, you got to let that man be the authority.
Punish him with the rod severely. If he screams too hard with the first five, gets hysterical, wait. You know, a little psychological terror is sometimes more effective than the pain.
Michael and Debbie Pearl are some motherfuckers.
Yes.
The rules, the principles.
Pause. Oh, why was Michael Pearl on the show? Jesus Christ. Wow. Same. Look, like, I have a pretty high tolerance for traumatizing media, but this is just fucking a lot. This is like pushing my own childhood trauma buttons. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Ooh, wow. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate the 5 channel memberships. Hell yeah. Let's see. Hopeful Monsters, Catzel T, Zoe Adams, Mackenzie Hedrick, and R. Ruel. You're one of us now, my friends. Woo! Well, and Carly with an I did, like, I knew this. Thank you, Gems Bell. I appreciate you. I did know that it was this bad, but I didn't know that they were going to, like, I didn't anticipate we were going to compile it together in this, like, really short sequence of cuts. But I have to say, while I personally am not jazzed about the experience that my body is having right now, I am happy that they cut it together in this way, because I think it's important for people to understand the fucking horrors that exist in this community. You know what I'm saying? Of course, Mackenzie. Welcome to the channel memberships, my friend. Yeah, this is a lot to watch. Oh, thanks, Mary. I appreciate you. Yeah, buttons pushed for sure. I like I said, I just think it's important for people to recognize the degree to which children are abused in this culture, and not by a handful of zealots, not by a few people who took it too far. This is literally written into the curriculum of how to be a good Christian under Bill Gothard's rule. And this was like the rule and not the exception. And like when we talk about why this is traumatizing to people, and like again with the thing of like how, like, you know, Michelle, her voice is really quiet and, you know, she's meek and mild and whatever, how could these people be abusive? Like, this is how. Ooh, yeah, it's a lot to put all in one sitting. But again, I think it's important, you know. Ooh, pizza sounds yum. Okay, let's keep going, shall we? Again, I do just want to remind folks, if you are overwhelmed, if you need to tap, feel free at any time. Laura M, welcome to the channel memberships. Thank you for joining the channel memberships and becoming one of us. I want to encourage people to honor your own limits, though. Please be kind to yourselves. I can't see the way I say buttons. Listen, I don't know why it comes out that, actually, I do know why. I was talking to my parents about this. My dad says buttons the same way that I do. I got it from my childhood. Though I might make my partner get me Indian takeout. Oh my God, yum. Aaron is at work right now, and I don't think he's getting off early, so I might be on my own for dinner, which is a bummer. Although I might order DoorDash, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, Ella, for sure. Make a cup of tea, reset. Like, feel free to call it a day in its entirety if it's too much for you. Thank you for being here at all. But please take care of yourself. That's also why I'm just giving myself permission to just sit and chat with you guys right now. Woo, and it only gets worse. That's great, Zoe. Love that for me. Christine, are you trying to fuel my DoorDash addiction? I do really love DoorDash. I hate that it's so freaking expensive, but it's just so convenient. It's your YouTube members' orders. Listen. Ooh, my lunch was peach rings and dew. Oh, Isabi, I didn't see that you were here. Thanks for coming. Yes, a little break is good, Stephanie. I think so too. My lunch today. What did I have for lunch today? When we went on break earlier, I had some like barbecue Frito twist things, and 1/4 of a cookie. To be fair, they're like the big ones though, and I eat them in small bits. But we did have regular breakfast, so that helps. That's not much. Well, no, Jezebel. But I also had like 5 minutes between hopping back on stream, so I'll probably eat real lunch after this. But that's why I said I had normal breakfast though, so thankfully I'm not really hungry. Yeah, I had a bacon, egg, and cheese burrito for breakfast this morning. It was so good. Currently ordering groceries from Target. Ooh. Depends. Do you like tiny cucumbers? Issue. Yes. I had a bagel and cream cheese with dill and mustard and cucumber. They have tiny cucumbers at Target. At least they do at the one near me. And they're the most wonderful little snacky snack because they're crunchy. I love tiny cucumbers and pickles. I am a pickle bitch. I love pickles. That's what my husband's doing right now, but it's Uber Eats. Hell yeah. I had dinner at some hard seltzer. Absolutely relatable. Oh, Laura, I love that. Who taught me self-respect? We need more grandmas like that. Can she be our grandma? It's better to watch in daytime. Yeah. I have to look into tiny cucumbers. I'm telling you, if you guys are sensory snack people, if you like different textures in your snacks, I highly recommend tiny cucumbers because sometimes I get bored of like, you know, bell peppers or cucumbers or like even like chips and crackers and stuff just because I like crunchy snacks. And I love tiny cucumbers because they're like so refreshing and summery. Also because it's hot as fuck here, so I like cooling snacks. If Trader Joe's offered delivery, oh, Alexandra, game over. We had some coconut shrimp from Trader Joe's earlier this week and they were so good. Pickles give me energy. Same, Jillian. All of our collective grandma. Absolutely. Yes, Christine. The snack pickles are so good. I love the tiny snack pickles. Not if they're bread and butter pickles, though. I am a pickle elitist, and I will only eat dill pickles. I don't like bread and butter or like the sweet pickles. Yuck. Yes, Laura, 100%. It is okay to digest and process and check in with your body. I'm going to have some lizard time on the floor after we're done with this episode for sure. For sure. Oh, yeah, don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. And if you're new here, hi, thanks for coming. You should subscribe. Ooh, watermelon. Yes, Captain Quesadilla. Yes, watermelon is also in that like cooling and crunchy category. Love. Sweet pickles can die. Raspberry Italia. Too real. Christy, you're going to prom? That's so cute. I love that. Yeah, sweet pickles are yuck. Dill pickles for the win. Y'all gotta get the trail mix from Target. Oh, yes, Katie. The trail mix that they have at Target is so good. During the fall, they have one that's like mostly peanut butter and chocolate snacks, and it is so frickin' good. It's like peanut butter monkey munch, or like what is that called? The puppy chow stuff, and like peanut butter M&Ms and peanuts. Whew, it's so good. They only sell it in small bags, and this year I literally went to Target and I bought like 8 bags at one time and just hoarded them in my pantry so that I didn't run out because it's so good. You're doing your makeup right now. I hope you're serving looks for prom. You're gonna be a chill chaperone teacher, or do you get to have some fun too? Yeah, do you get to dance and stuff? Do you get to go do your little dancey dance with fellow teachers and stuff? I'm sitting in my classroom with a tiny mirror. Christine, oh my God. Leah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $20 because you deserve is that like to leave for all you put yourself through? Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the super chats today, guys. Y'all are the realest. Puppy chow. 100%. Ooh, frozen mango. When I was a kid, I used to eat this stuff that was like a mango slushy, but it was in like a little cup, like applesauce. But it was like a frozen mango slushy thing in a cup, and they would come in a multi-pack from Costco. And that taste will always be fused in my mind with mango things, and I love it. DoorDash. Oh, DoorDash. Leah, thank you. I do deserve DoorDash. I'm getting DoorDash after this. All right, we're at 3102, and we're gonna get back into this. Oh, yes, Natasha. Highly recommend Bluey. I love Bluey. It's the best. Okay, we're gonna get back into it. We're at 3102, and we're gonna press play in 3, 2, 1.
Techniques for training an animal and a human are the same.
That's disgusting. Fuck.
His goal is to help you spank your child with extreme measures and not get in trouble with the police. So
Ray of Cat, there's a join
how
button.
You spank is just as important as what you spank with.
Like
it can be a switch from a tree. It can be a length of craft glue, the long glue stick. It can be PVC pipe.
The rod of reproof. The real benefit of that is that when a child sees this neutral object coming out of the drawer or whatever, it becomes like a policeman.
Did you see your cousins being punished with rods?
They called it encouragement. They literally said, you need to come into the room and we need to give you some encouragement. But it was in like the sweetest tone ever of like, do you need encouragement?
Ew.
I think you need encouragement.
I know that there was a particular style of child training called blanket training.
You put the kid on a blanket, probably 6-month-old, and you put something they want just outside of reach off the blanket, and when they go to reach for it, you hit them. And if they continue to reach for it, you hit them again. The idea is you're breaking the rebellious spirit they are born with.
So blanket training was also covered in Michelle Duggar's book.
I would focus on blanket training, calling out, okay, boys, it's blanket time. Oh, isn't this fun? Come pick a toy so we can have blanket time. We're gonna practice obey mama. Sit really still and look at me with big old smile. Wanna see that smile now? No wiggles, be still.
When you are told to not resist when your parents are hitting you as a child because it's for your own good, when you believe that your body belongs to the church,
Yes, Natasha, it is what kidnappers would say.
The authorities that be, it's absolutely designed to groom victims to be ready for more predators later on as adults, as young adults.
Yes, it is.
Like everything about it sets you up to be the perfect victim.
It's like Gothard franchised spiritual, physical, emotional, psychological abuse.
He sure
The way to
fucking
be
did.
free is to learn the wishes of your authority.
He figured out how to package it and then put it in all these different places that he never actually went.
Yeah, Laura,
it was
for
so
real.
entrenched into the DNA of the message that it went everywhere. Gothard turned every father into a cult leader and every home into an island.
Yeah, let's just address that really quick. Issue, children aren't rebellious. They're trying to assert their identity as an individual. Yes, but also on top of this, like this, you know, you're born with an inherent rebellious spirit that we need to break is basically code for you are subhuman, like you were saying, Issue, like you're not an independent person, you're an extension of me. And also that every impulse, every instinct, every bodily message that you receive is not only wrong, is not only something that you can't pursue or honor, but is also something that's sinful, that's shameful, that's bad. This is when people start to fear their own selves. This is what I'm talking about, where like the circular shame thing that we talked about earlier, this is that. People are taught from the time that they're like little teeny tiny 6-month-old babies that you have to be afraid of everything inside of you, and that the only way that you can escape that shame of just being a human is by obeying to the letter the things that Bill Gothard tells you to do. Like, this is so traumatizing beyond belief. I saw someone ask earlier, like, can you sort of expand on like why, or like why this is traumatizing or whatever? Like, this is why. This is it's one thing for children to be abused physically or otherwise in childhood, but it's another to teach children that the abuse is necessary, and it's also something that they should be thankful for, that the abuse is what will save them. This does such a fucking number on somebody's psyche, and it makes me so viscerally fucking angry that these people platformed themselves as experts in child development and like sold a whole generation of people on this outlook as if this is fucking normal, when actually this is like the most traumatizing fucking child treatment I've ever heard of. Yeah, they are doing this to babies who don't even have a sense. Well, yes. And also too, yeah, thank you for that, Home Keys. These children don't have any impulse control. Children up until the age of like 2 or 3 have a almost none, especially when they're little, and at the age of like 2 or 3, so little impulse control, because they're babies, because they're supposed to have caregivers who are there to help moderate the impulse control issues and to help educate kids about how to safely interact with our impulses and to like discern, is this a safe thing for me to do? Is this an okay thing for me to do? Et cetera, et cetera. Like there's learning, there's education, there's experience that's supposed to happen alongside of that, not just like outright blatant physical abuse. Pause for everyone in the chat who's triggered by this. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yes. And then gaslight you into believing that it wasn't abuse. Ugh. This is so fucking shitty. Monster Trail Mix. Hi, Cassie. Thank you for the eye bleach that is that comment. All right, let's get back into it. We're at 33:48, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
My father was very attracted to the patriarchal teachings of IBLP. The control and protection that it would have afforded him was exceptionally valuable to him, especially as I would come to learn later that he was a predator. When I was 12, he was convicted for sexual assault against a minor. So it destroyed my idea of what a family was. And the support that my mother received through IBLP to stay with him, to continue to bring him back into our home, was deeply traumatic as well.
Okay, but hold on. The way that she grabbed his hand and is like intensely looking at him is actually going to make me cry. This is like the sweetest thing that I've ever seen. Avery, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I want to thank everyone for sharing their reaction. When the original news broke, I was with people who excused it. Ugh, that reaction was traumatizing, but hearing people not minimize it is so healing. Avery, I'm so glad. I'm glad that we can create a community of people who are validating of that, because it's not something that we should minimize. It's not something that we should be writing off. Yes, Captain Quesadilla, for real. I feel like this is such an aside. This is not related to the subject matter at all. But the way that she supports him in this moment, the way that she, just like without talking over him, without, like getting involved or, distracting him, is emotionally supportive of him, is such a great example of what it looks like to be present emotionally with somebody. Oftentimes people have a hard time with like, how do I support someone? Like, what is it that I'm supposed to say? And like, sometimes we don't need to say anything at all, because it might actually distance someone from experiencing their emotions. It might distract them from feeling what they're feeling. And so just being present like that, I don't know how else to describe it other than just being present, like indicating that you are paying attention, you are there with them, you're like noticing that this is happening for them, is so incredibly valuable. Lucy, I am going to pause periodically, but I do also want to note that there's a delay. So the last 2 times I've seen you ask for a pause, we were already paused. But also I do want to encourage folks to be there for your own self, like honor what's going on for you. If you need to pause the stream, if you need to mute it or step away, please do that for yourself. I do want to encourage folks to like show up for yourself in that way, because I can't necessarily be that for everyone right now, there's 540 people on the stream right now, and I can't necessarily pause at like the perfect time for all of the people. So like I said, I know I said it earlier, but like I'm gonna say it again. Please give yourself the out. Please give yourself the permission and the validation to tap at any time, because this is a lot, It's best to let them talk sometimes. Yes, Natasha, 100%. Especially when someone's processing something that was really traumatic for them, not talking over them can be super, super impactful. Jana has earned special privileges too by staying home and obeying her parents. I'm not sure about that issue. I'm very curious about what's going on with that situation. I doubt that we'll ever know, but it does seem like that is a outlier in that community, the way that she operates, I guess. Okay. My heart breaks for Jana. Who's still trapped. Yeah. I'm honestly though, like, I don't know that there's anybody who escaped this community without being severely traumatized. Whew. All right. We're at 34:36, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
This kind of stuff was swept under the rug. That's something that I experienced directly.
Ella, yes, it does.
When we met, I was very reserved and rigid, and she was the opposite of that. And that's one of the reasons I fell in love with her originally.
I met you when I was 18. My entire drive, looking back, was to find my husband. We're not just dating to have fun and go to the movies. We are on a schedule. We have to get this done. We've got babies to make, and that's the entire focus and purpose.
My family had known about the Duggar family for several years. Then in 2006, when I was 17 and Josh was 18, we met for the first time at a homeschool conference.
Every one of you sons, every one of you daughters, upgrade dating to courtship.
Courtship established the parents as the head of every relationship between a young man and young woman in ATI. The man would approach the woman's parents, ask for permission to court. Everything else from there was essentially handled like an arranged marriage.
It's the Duggar Guide to Love.
Today we're sharing the Duggar rules of side hugs, chaperones, and saving your first kiss for marriage.
The idea of courtship, it's promoted as a way of guaranteeing sexual purity.
Anna, will you marry me?
Yes.
I hear my uncle in the background go, "So who wants to be Josh and Anna's chaperone?" Yeah, and they're engaged at this point. They're engaged. I literally was like, don't you know how to act toward each other when no one's around?
Did you Google or YouTube how to kiss?
What's that?
Google or YouTube how to kiss.
No. They have it on there?
You would save your kissing for the wedding. You would save all experience for the one person that God had for you. It really beautified purity culture. It made it seem like it was this romantic, wonderful concept.
I thought it'd be time to have a man-to-man talk with you. About the birds
Just
and the
now?
bees.
There was this CD. Jim Bob is giving it to Josh.
Definition of normal sexual inner.
Yes.
It's supposed to be a Kama Sutra for Christians. There's one position in it, and instructions on how to give a good hand job and be available at all times.
I think I kind of understand how it works. I think I learned that.
It's kind of like Legos.
In hindsight, we know that Josh Duggar had already molested his sisters at this point. He was already well acquainted with what was going on with sexuality, and he'd already been through their farce of rehabilitation. But when America saw that, it's a joke. It's a joke.
It doesn't have pictures or anything, but it's
Not joking.
That's good.
No. I got enough. I'll have a working model, right?
I have a feeling it's going to be a very short.
Is that meant to be funny?
I don't think Josh wants to wait.
In this culture, you are not really allowed to say no to who shows up and says they want you. If a man says he wants you, then he's God's man for you, and you have to learn how to adjust your feelings and thoughts around that. So by the time I was an 18-year-old woman, I had fully expected to just be nothing more than a submissive wife and mother. And then I met somebody at church. I didn't have instant attraction to this person. I didn't feel safe with this person, but I had spent my lifetime praying for the man God was going to bring me to marry. And so I bent my will around this idea.
We're having the wedding today.
The way God had ordained it all, Josh becomes the authority at the wedding. He becomes her authority, not me. And that's the way God designed the transfer of authority.
Women cannot be in authority over themselves. They have to have a male authority figure over them. The idea is that you're under the total authority of your father until he transfers that authority over to your husband on your wedding day.
Anna, placing yourself under the leadership of Joshua,
Ew.
submitting to his authority,
Ew.
following his direction through Christ in your lives. Also, do both of you commit to trust God with the size of your family?
We do.
You may kiss your bride.
We had a beautiful wedding.
It just
My parents
feels awful.
gave me the wedding of my dreams. I was on cloud 9. I thought I was starting my fairy tale.
I'd like to introduce to you Mr. and Mrs. Joshua James Duggar.
JR saying, I'm trying to pause less so we can get this over with.
This is Dr. Ed Wheat. Love involves close bodily contact and the pleasure of seeing, touching, and enjoying with all the senses.
And we're getting this last shot, which should be the last shot in the show, them walking to the hotel room.
Goodbye.
I had successfully remained pure. I had followed all of the rules. And I had spent the engagement.
All right, hold on. Yeah, pause. There's going to be some trigger warnings for this. Christine, there is 10 minutes, 47 seconds left in this episode. My God. I know. I know that we all know this already, but I do just really want to drive home the point. The degree to which these people dehumanize women. Like, it's just fucking nuts to me. How often, how regularly, and how comfortably these people publicly dehumanized women. And like just with no pushback either. Like, how did this fucking exist on TV? Like, what was wrong with all of us? What was wrong with fucking TLC for platforming this? Like, what the fuck, man? Because for 31 years I didn't about neurodivergency. Yeah. Yes, Natasha, me too. I'm glad that they paralleled the stories because I think it's a nice way to like highlight what was going on there without directly and like outright making accusations. Yes, everything is the woman's fault and the woman's responsibility. Ugh. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Small Fox, this gets intense. Thank you. I think it's fair to say that there's a trigger warning, but just to be super clear, there's a bunch of trigger warnings for SA, probably CSA, just general abuse upcoming. So we have 10 minutes left. We're at 40 minutes, 13 seconds, and we're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
Engagement, fending off physical advances and trying to save myself for the wedding night. On my wedding night, I was raped 3 times.
Oh.
And after that, found out I was pregnant. Why is marriage like this? Is this like this for everybody? Is love supposed to hurt this much? I didn't have any idea what was normal or natural. I'd had no sex education. I was 19 and I was totally in shock. I had an abusive husband. I had my first baby at 20. My 5th baby was born when I was 30.
Wow.
I trusted my Gothard mentors because I felt I could trust a mother of 10 whose children all sat in a row and clearly had order and structure. The answers I got back were, these are your duties, these are your responsibilities. If you do better at being a wife, you will solve the problems of your marriage. I needed my baby to sleep through the night because if my baby cried at night and my husband didn't sleep, there was going to be violence. Michael Pearl talks about child spanking. Careful reader will realize there is no age limit to spanking. Children in homeschooling fundamentalist families are spanked all the way up into adulthood, and that includes older daughters, and that includes wives.
God damn.
And this is something that fundamentalist husbands do to their wives. For example, if you forget to say yes, sir, or my lord when you're talking to your husband, then there's a consequence. There's an implement that's agreed upon as part of the contract and domestic discipline contract. There are rules for whether or not you're allowed to cry. If there's going to involve what they call corner time, where you go sit in the corner, if there will be sex afterward or not as part of the restoration of the relationship. No matter how old you are, the whole point is inflict pain until you have the submissive confession that the oppressor wants.
God. I just want to take a moment to appreciate this woman for platforming this and sharing this and being as honest as she has been. I literally cannot imagine having to recount the details of something that is this traumatizing. And she just did that so succinctly and so clearly. She deserves everything. Yeah, I saw someone saying she's an amazing writer. I saw someone talking about Tia Levings being in this too. I'm going to have to look at what she's written. Their entire, the contract is, I did not know that existed. The, what did she say? Domestic contract? Jesus. Wow. Yeah, this is nuts. Oh, hi, Socks in the Dryer. Thanks for coming. I didn't realize that you were in here. Woo! Yeah, this is rough. Please, again, I just want to take this moment to remind everyone, please take care of yourselves. Honor what you need in this moment, because this is just triggering beyond belief. Yeah. These women's lives, yes, Max. These women's lives were stolen from them. 100%. Yes, Isabi, 100%. Sex after abuse is just more abuse. This is also a theme that's carried over in this community where you are required to show affection to the person who just abused you, which, again, cannot be understated how much this fucks up a person's psyche and this person's sense of attachment and relationships and safety and love and empathy. Yeah, Mark, same. I feel that. I need to fight Bill Gothard for real. Woo! Okay. 4218. We're gonna press play in 3, 2, 1.
When the show first premiered, I instantly recognized their belief pattern as my own. My first thought was, oh my God, are they really gonna show America what my life is like? What's America gonna say when they find out how these people live? What actually happened is nothing like that. It was heavily produced, very shined up. The audacity of Jim Bob Duggar to say, I've got my family under so much control. They were that secure they could keep their secrets with a camera crew, and that their kids were not going to betray the truth.
Laura,
I cannot believe that he got away with that, and that it was a hit show for as long as it was.
Fair point, honestly.
Why would a family with such a painful secret launch a reality TV show?
Solid question.
It was a very difficult situation, but as we've talked to other parents and different ones since then, a lot of families have said that they've had similar things happen in their families.
Nobody in my
Michelle,
circle was surprised when the allegations against Josh came out. It was so prevalent that nobody was shocked. That's what happens. Brothers do that.
God.
We were like hiding from paparazzi, and it's like everybody's in this room, this family meeting. My dad's PR guy would be there as well.
And who was that?
Chad Gallagher.
Chad worked with Mike Huckabee
Derek.
as well.
He was an advocate
Just
to
like,
the extent that
I'll
it
tell
represented
him.
Jim Bob's goals financially.
So Chad was the one who was like setting up the Megyn Kelly thing to try and like get it to where TLC would be cool with like moving forward with this show.
Can we talk about the fact that some random man who had Jim Bob Duggar's financial interest at heart was the one who coerced 2 victims of trauma into giving a tell-all interview where they defended their abuser? Like, fucking hello? Jim Bob is a fucking sorry excuse for a parent. I saw someone say that they just got here. Hi, thanks for coming to the stream. Yes, Z Purple X Art. That's actually a very common report. Oftentimes folks don't recognize how abusive their childhood upbringing was, especially if it's normalized and accepted like it is in a culture like this, until you start to share with other people and people validate for you that that's not okay. Which is also, again, just an endorsement for why it's so important to have open and honest conversations about things like this. Because oftentimes that disclosure and that validation that, no, this is not normal is transformative. It's like a catalyst for healing for so many people. I can tell you from experience, when you go your entire life in something like this where your body isn't yours and you aren't allowed to be you, when you actually wake up to that, it's hard. Oh yeah, Keels, exactly. I feel like also too, people undercut how difficult it is to heal from that. I know I talked about Jeanette McCurdy. We need a fucking hello emote. Yeah, actually we do. I'm writing that down. I know we talked about Jeanette McCurdy earlier, but this was something that she talked about in her book, I'm Glad My Mom Died, where she said that she quit therapy the first time that someone, validated for her that her childhood was abusive, because she could not sit with that realization. It was too much. And so she removed herself from the situation. And I think it's just important for people to remember that. Not necessarily, or not exclusively, I guess, with Jill and Anna to a degree, and like these people, but just for like abuse survivors and abuse victims generally, because it is very much a deconstruction. It's an unlearning, and that can take a lot of time, especially when the abuse looks the way that it did in the Duggar family, where there was this very sweet, meek, mild countenance thing, because when your primary caregivers are on the face sweet to you but have horrifically abused you, it's hard for someone to reconcile those two things. Bye, Christine. I hope that you have a wonderful time at prom. It's going to start thundering and my windows aren't shut all the way. Bye, Christine. Have a great prom. Have fun. Yeah, I just want to encourage people to be mindful of that, though, because there is also a lot of chatter about, like, why don't people just leave, or why don't people talk about this more, or blah, 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 whatever. And it's just because it's difficult. We have to first reconcile that within ourselves before we're able to do the work on it. And so it is very much a timeline, especially for folks who are insulated in these communities. Excuse. Make good choices, Christine. All right, we are at 43:54. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You are going on the record as being two of Josh's victims.
As the victims, we have to come out and speak. This is something like we chose to do. Nobody asked us to do this. Jess and I were talking.
The survivors of the abuse go on the Megyn Kelly show and are kind of forced to kind of relive that trauma and kind of downplay it.
In hindsight, I wouldn't have done the Megyn Kelly stuff. I felt like I was in a place again of like bearing the burden and the weight of just even though you volunteer, it's like you feel obligated to like help.
How old were you when Josh inappropriately touched you?
I was 12.
I do want to speak up in his defense against people who are calling him a child molester or a pedophile or a rapist, some people are saying. And I'm like, that is so overboard and a lie, really.
The whole Megyn Kelly thing, I would not call it voluntary. Basically being called on to carry out a suicide mission. You're going to destroy yourself, but we need you to take the fall so that you can carry the show forward, because the show cannot fail, and they were going to do whatever they could to get the return on their investment. If that meant collateral damage, that meant collateral damage.
And in our case, it's very mild compared to what happens to some
I know
young
so many
women,
girls go through things that are way worse.
So for me, I'm sad because this is my older brother who I love a lot, and I had to make that choice to forgive him, It wasn't something that somebody forced, like, oh, you need to do this, It's like, you have to make that decision for yourself.
Did you fight?
No.
Girls were
We
sleeping.
didn't even know about it until he went and confessed it to my parents, and
Neither one
they
of you
shared it
knew.
with us.
None of the victims were aware of what happened.
It did feel a little scripted.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into that, I do just want to talk about who's shitting on Jill. Yeah, let's not. I do just want to talk about the fact that Megyn Kelly was like, oh, did you fight? Bitch, what? Why are you interrogating fucking abuse victims? Yeah, Jill's face during this whole section and her body language, she just seems so very fucking uncomfortable. Christine, I don't know. But yes, I did also see the Trauma Olympics comment, and I want to address that also. This is so common. Jillian, take your break. Oh my God. High five for honoring what you need. Take care of yourself, my friend. I have hair all over my face. The trauma Olympics thing, though, this is one of the most common things, especially that therapists encounter. The like, well, other people have it worse. So like, you know, should I really be upset, or is it okay for me to be upset? Yes. Yes, the fuck it is. Trauma is subjective. There is not a threshold that you have to meet in order to be valid in being traumatized or to feel the way that you feel about your trauma. You are allowed. That is always okay. There is not a fucking review committee for what's allowed to be traumatizing and what's not, especially in therapy and like processing and working on that trauma. That's not something that you need to do or evaluate or, you know, worry about, because you're allowed, and any good therapist will give you the fucking space and the validation and the time and all of the stuff, the support to work through that in your own time. Mackenzie, yeah, it's giving those vibes. Jill might be burning all her bridges with this. Yeah, I think that's also, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's why she didn't announce her book until after the trailers. The switch that gets flipped in my brain when I can't deny that you're talking directly to me. Hi, bye. That's my experience was valid too. Okay, good. Sorry, I had to read the rest of your comment because I was like, what am I doing? I'm glad. I think it's important. Like, this is also why I want to make content like this. Like, obviously sitting through this is difficult and traumatizing. This is certainly more explicit than I thought this content was going to be, but I don't regret making the decision to talk about this, because having these conversations is important, you know? But because this is a lot. Good night, y'all. Yeah, Eric, take care of yourself. Thank you for being here. High five for honoring what you need. Small Fox, welcome to the channel memberships, my friend. You're one of us now. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you and for being here. Yes, Maddie Hedges, 100%. Thanks for saying that. I'm still working through my personal thresholds. Very, very human. And again, I just want to highlight too that like this is work that therapists can help you specifically work through. And that's why I was saying too, like, I don't regret making this content. Like, it's important for us to talk about, especially because people shy away from shit like this, you know? It is traumatizing and it is difficult to talk about, but I think we need to be more communicative about this as like a general society and community, because stuff like this sentiment that I'm sure that they were coached into, you know, that like lots of worse things happen to other people. Like, this is an unchallenged belief in a lot of regular media, which is fucked up. Like, that's not how that's supposed to be. Abuses of power. Yeah. My same. This is much deeper than I thought it would get. But like I said earlier, though, I am glad that they cut it together this way. Like, again, obviously this is difficult to watch. And again, please, friendly reminder, take care of yourselves, honor what you need. Feel free to tap out at any time because it is a lot. But I'm glad that they cut it together in this way, because I think it's important for people to understand that the Duggar family, like, especially like the IBLP thing, this is not just a hypocritical belief system because they're abusive and because this family, Katie, I saw your comment. I will get to it in 1 second. But because this family platformed themselves as like the sort of holier than thou thing, especially fucking Jim Bob. But I think it's also, I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. It keeps happening to me today. Oh, I'm glad they cut it together in this way, because it's not just about the Duggar family. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just about them. And people shouldn't be mad at people like Jim Bob and Michelle just because it's like hypocritical, but because what they're doing is, like someone earlier said, they're creating a PR show for this abusive systemic problem that goes unchallenged because of this, like, well, we're religious, so you can't tell us what to do thing. Oh, did Echelon do a cute little head shake? She said, why are you yelling and waking me up from my nap? Katie Kendall, I saw that you asked, I know forgiveness is healing, but should you forgive your abuser? I personally, as a clinician, I don't like the, Katie, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat, and I trap in some love for you. Take care of yourselves. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate you so much. I personally don't subscribe to the, like, you have to forgive someone in order to experience relief or healing. I think that's fucked up personally. And I also just don't want to tell people definitively, like, that's not how therapy works, right? Like, everyone's experience with trauma is subjective and unique. And so the answer to that question is going to depend on your particular situation, what your beliefs, your values, what your natural inclination is, the degree to which you've processed something, the degree to which you're able to process that, the extenuating circumstances. Like, it's all so incredibly unique and specific. Personally, I would push back on any therapist who says you have to forgive an abuser in order to experience peace, because I don't know that that's true. I saw someone earlier also ask about the duality of being, I think it was Gemma Bell, the duality of being a victim and an abuser at the same time. And I think that's another important thing to talk about here. Mackenzie, how are you doing? Do we need a pee break? I'm okay, actually. I am taking longer pauses in between clips just to like chit chat about stuff, because it helps me center myself in my body. Midnight Night, I think it's a choice to forgive or not. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, James Bell. Yeah, I saw that. But I think this is an important thing to acknowledge in this community, because by virtue of the fact that women are oppressed in this belief system and in this community, they are inherently victims, right? And also people like Michelle Duggar especially are simultaneously perpetuating abuse. And I think that's why it's so important for people to suspend our commitment to this belief that things are one way or another, right? Like, they're not. This also comes up a lot in the conversation about culturally competent or like culturally aware care for trauma survivors, because it is like a very white, yeah, that's it. It's a very white value. The idea that like if someone is an abuser or has been abusive to you, that you should just cut them off altogether, because it's just not quite that simple in certain family systems, in certain cultures. Family carries different value for different people. And so when people say this thing about how like you need to cut them off, you need to go no contact, like it's just not quite that simple. And so like, especially for someone like Jill, it's important that we honor that she is allowed to experience whatever emotions she's having. I don't want to speak for Jill, but, you know, it's common for survivors of abuse to experience anger, to experience sadness, to experience hurt about the fact that they were abused or neglected. And also to have this duality of like, but I do love this person, but I want to love this person, but sometimes I feel safe with this person. And so how the fuck am I supposed to deal with that, right? Like Jeanette McCurdy talks about this a lot in her book. That it's difficult and it's overwhelming and it's such a mindfuck being abused by somebody who's a primary caregiver, because also too, again, like Michelle has been abused. She has been victimized in a lot of ways. And I think in some ways, her perpetuating that abuse was Michelle trying to survive, right? She victimized her kids in an attempt to save herself, which is not a position that anyone should ever be in. And it's not that she gets a free pass for being abusive, because she absolutely should not. But also at the same time, it's nuanced. Like this conversation is nuanced, and there's not a one size fits all answer for like, you're to blame, you're the victim, that's it. That's just not how it works. At the same time, sorry, I have gone no contact. And if you feel, oh yeah, hi, bye. Absolutely. If you want to be no contact, or that's like your best option, absolutely. It's like a great, intervention for some folks, but it's also not, again, the one size fits all only answer to it. Mel, I saw you join the channel memberships. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. I love that we're using the emotes more this stream. It makes me happy. Yes, one of us. Oh, I've got my 7th White Claw comfort seltzer. Don't forget to hydrate, you guys. I'm going to drink some water right now, actually. Fun fact, drinking water is a great way to ground yourself in your body if you're feeling triggered. Natasha, yes, Bill Gothard is the main culprit. Lana, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. Thanks for being here and for joining. You're one of us now, and I appreciate you. I think acceptance is most important to me anyways, because regarding the stuff you can never get back will eat you alive. That's super fair, Home Keys. I can understand why that would like feel integral to the work. And I think it is for a lot of people. I know, membership party. My God. Oh, Danny, I'm so glad that you're a part of this community too. Oh, actually, fun announcement. I wanted to tell you guys, I completely forgot up to this point, but I'm going to relaunch some of my merch with like tweaked designs for Pride Month. I also have some new stuff coming out, and of course, all of them will be available in crop tops. So I am hoping to get that done tonight after we're done. I think some art time will be nice for my brain. So hopefully I will have new designs to show you guys tomorrow for Pride Month so we can be gay. Don't forget to be gay this month, you guys. Thank you, Midnight Muse. I appreciate you. AA running gonna model them. Danny, I doubt it, but that's okay. Only 15 people have to become members. Do we get a gay girl defiled? Ooh, Ella, why would you out me in this way? No, you guys will see. I'm hopefully going to retool some of the designs and also just revive some of the other ones, for Pride Month. And then I'm going to try to figure out how to just make them available for Pride Month only, because I want to start doing limited runs. My merch shop is getting cluttered and we need to delete some shit. Listen, Aaron loves the crop tops. Aaron really likes them. He wants to start wearing them more, but I think he needs to be hyped up a little bit. As someone who is straight, I hope to celebrate all the... Yes, Jessica, absolutely. Welcome to the gay party. We are happy to have you. You don't have to be gay to be part of our gay party. Yes, for all the LGBTQ in this chat, I love you hard. Yes, love you all so much, and I am proud of you. If nobody's told you, I'm so proud of you for being yourself and for being honoring of who you are. It's important and it's scary, but it's meaningful and sometimes life-changing. Mark, look at you gifting 5 more channel memberships. What the heck? Let's go, Mark. Thank you so much. Let's see who got a membership. Delphine Wartell, Tatum, you got a channel membership. Meadowmore Forest and Midnight Muse. Hell yeah. I'll have to dig the other saplings out of my old patio and see if I can get... Oh, are you growing trees, Issue? That's exciting. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Eric, I'm so glad you love your Girl Defiled tank. That's probably one of my favorite designs that I've ever made. Honest to God. It's so good. Consider this the hype for Aaron's crop top awakening. Lucid Thomas, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, we have a puppy. We have a puppy in the room. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Hi. It's not even close to dinner time. Danny, it's my baby gay's first pride. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat, and congratulations on the first pride. That's so exciting. Yes, I love this chat so much too. Hi, Pup. All right, are we ready? Let's get back into it. We only have 5 minutes left. Christine, planning a V queer exterior for my first home. I love that, Christine. Thanks for joining the channel membership for 3 months. You are the realest. Gay people are so gay, and I love it. Yes, we are. All right. 45:59. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Felt like it was maybe a little bit forced. Jill has strength and tenacity. She is not one to just keep quiet and silent. And so she's the one that really did something about Josh and hit him the night that he tried to do something to her.
Does Jill know that Amy's disclosing that?
The father of 3 little girls, this was a brutal hour of television to watch.
While there's been a lot of backlash, lots of people are also coming to his defense, mostly saying everyone makes mistakes.
Their best pal, Mike Huckabee, came to their defense as well.
When the Duggars came out and their son had molested their child, you more or less said that you felt sorry for their parents.
Man, let me tell you something. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know that family, and I do. You're young.
Wow.
For months, the family presented a united front. Sisters Jessa and Jill defending their brother on Fox News. But in the wake of the shocking news, TLC canceled their popular show.
Like it didn't save everything. It wasn't enough. Yeah.
Jill, it was never your job.
Jim Bob's clawing to get the show back as quick as possible. TLC was like, well, we can't focus on you and your wife or any of the kids in the home because that's too close to like ground zero, basically.
But we're going to focus on the older kids, mostly the ones who are out of the house, Jill and Jessa and their families. We're going to name it Jill and Jessa Counting On.
Counting On premieres Tuesday, March 15th at 9 on TLC.
We were having all these talks about this promo shoot coming up. We're being pressured to come back. I didn't want to, but at the same time, I've never said no to my family before. It's this whole like umbrellas of authority thing that was ingrained in me. I felt like I said no. I'm not obeying my parents and bad things are gonna happen to me.
Mark, yes.
IBLP and the teachings draw in people like my dad who want this control. It can foster this cult-like environment. I absolutely think that people would be drawn to that.
Bill Gothard, Jim Bob Duggar, these are all feathers of a kind with a slightly different outward presentation.
This was my actual life that these people fucked with.
Hell yeah.
Along with the Duggars.
Hell yeah.
I said, we cannot do what you're asking us to do. Basically, they're like, well, you have to.
They don't think our parents realized that anything terrible was happening at these training centers. The Gothard teachings take on more power and more power.
Gothard starts building these different training centers all over the world.
It was near slave labor out of young people that he made work at his training centers. He built that empire off our backs.
They would lock you in the prayer room for hours, up to days, up to weeks.
You have to obey. Are we gonna get off the plane and like they're gonna arrest us?
I look at that kind of a thing as just further exploitation of the girls.
I didn't know how to say, I don't want you in my bed.
Whatever was repressed inside of Gothard was spilling out.
Bill never married, and he never had any children. He pointed at me and he said, don't let this one go.
IBLP is modeling the exact opposite of everything that it claims to represent.
The Institute had a tremendous amount of money, and if you could get rid of Bill Gothard, somebody who was left gets control of all of that cash.
You had to sign another deal with my dad. It would be like forever.
I can sense that we're getting into the righteous revenge section of this documentary, and I'm fucking here for it. I know. I'm like fighting the urge to like yell at Jill through a screen. It wasn't your fault. This wasn't your problem. You never needed to do any of this. Ugh. One woman described being put in the prayer closet. Ooh. Yeah. Wow. Major ick. Absolutely. I just realized this is off topic, but the redheaded lady reminds me of that video with the shapes and square hole. I don't know that I know what that is, Small Fox. Yeah, same. I also have been getting chills this whole time. Yeah, Leo. That's actually a really interesting connection. Thank you for talking about that. Yes. Hate. 100%. Oh, yeah, I'm sure the last two are going to be rough. Hi, Brandy. We actually just wrapped up. We are about to wrap up the stream for today. They showed a small prayer room in the show. Oh, yeah. ABA is a type of therapy that's often forced onto non-consenting neurodivergent, particularly autistic children. Yeah, sorry, it stands for Applied Behavioral Analysis. That's probably important. Oh, is it a TikTok meme? I feel like I'm on the curse side of TikTok. The square hole thing, sorry. But lots of people have spoken out about how traumatizing their experience was with that type of therapy. I know, Brandy, I'm sorry. Yes, make sure that you guys hydrate. I had initially planned to do a little bit of unpacking, but honest to God, I think I mostly just want to wrap it up and bring it back tomorrow. I may or may not schedule something for like a little debriefing, eye bleach sort of situation. We'll see. But it will be entirely dependent on my spoons and bandwidth after we wrap watching all of the documentary. Danny D, I love y'all too. I appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot. I'm very, very thankful that you guys are here for the fuckery, you know. Gonna watch Person Brain Bleach. I love that. Yeah, I'm gonna go play Tears of the Kingdom and order DoorDash. Let's take a quick vote, actually. Ooh, let me put up a poll. Should I get hold on, how do I put up a poll in this again? Start a poll. Let's see. Do I want ramen and fried chicken? Aaron might be mad at me for ordering that without him though. Do I want a burger? What else would I want? Yeah, Captain Quesadilla, thank you for being here. Let's see, or do I want Mexican food? Help me pick. I'm putting up a poll. Help me pick what I'm going to eat. This is heavy, and I hope we all, including Mickey, take a good long break. Me too. I ordered some Grubhub. Excellent, Mai. Good for you. Take as much self-care as best you can. Yes. 420 self-care time. There's a ramen and fried chicken place in Tucson that is so good. Days in Blue. It's called Toss. Oh, I forgot about pizza. Actually, I'm not in the mood for pizza. I'm super behind on the stream, but I think it's worth pointing out that childcare, that there are ratios of child to adults. Yes, the Dissel. Thank you for pointing that out. The ratios for parent or like caregiver to child care are so important. Well, not burgers. What's the poll results look like for burgers? Hold on. How do I see? Okay, only 15% of people say burgers, 50% of people said Mexican food, and 35% said ramen and fried chicken. 420 people in chat. We're going to be back tomorrow for episode 2, same time. We're going to be watching at noon. I'm going to make that live stream public after this so that you guys can see it and turn on notifs if you would like to. I saw that Gabby, Paul, and Morgan are gonna go gloves off to make a video. I'm also planning on making a wrap-up video of this generally, for the folks who couldn't catch the stream and don't want to watch the whole replays and stuff, because there is a lot to unpack here. I chose Mexican food because it's max energetic cleansing. Ooh, hi bye. That is a good point. You know, and it is the food of my people. So maybe there's some kind of intrinsic spiritual cleansing to that. Oh, Mary, Tears of the Kingdom is so good. It's so good. It's been such a fun game for me to play because it's very similar to Breath of the Wild, but it's different enough that it still feels like playing a whole brand new game. Tucson does have some A+ Mexican food, Bryn. That is a good point. Yes, gonna go play Genshin and hug my pupper. Absolutely, Orion. All right, my friends, we're going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to be here same time tomorrow to watch part 2. We may or may not do a members only chat and or like a Discord only chat for unpacking and just like eye bleaching after the fact, but we will see. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all so much, and I will catch y'all on the flippity flip tomorrow. Yes, all the love to you guys, and don't forget to be gay. Happy Pride Month, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.